If you've ever spilled a drink on yourself cheering for a goal, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Welcome back. Happy Friday. We are at the end of the week. It is almost mice down, drinks up time. We have one more session to get through here today, and we had Apple earnings last night, and we got green arrows across the board, so it should be a fun day. Mark Petrino coming up in the pre-market here. I'm stoked. Can't wait to go. Let's roll. Benzinga's pre-market playbook for January 31st starts right now. Hello and welcome back. And of course, good morning to the early birds. It's great to see a whole bunch of returning faces. Peter, good morning. Thanks for joining us. Federico, good as always. Welcome back, Federico. Chris, hope you're doing well, boss. Welcome back. Ooh, long SLXN. We got some more movers to talk about here today. Can't wait to break it down. Sun-kissed Yogi, good morning. Welcome back. Drew, good morning and happy Friday, man. Good to see you here. What do you got your eye on today, Drew? Bernhard, welcome back. Chuck, welcome back. Tanya, good morning as always. Welcome back. Leon Blancos, good morning. Nice to see you. I'm going to see if I can get your name correctly here. Son of God, Fishermen of Men. Good morning, boss. I got to come up with a nickname for you. So I don't know. I'll figure something out. Got to come up with a nickname, though. Chris, Big B's, welcome back. Jay Walker, welcome back. Jim, good to see you as always, man. Welcome back, Jim. Brandy, good morning. It's good to see you. 3D, good morning. Good to see you again as well. Crimp Biscuit, good morning. Welcome back. Eli, Jonathan Cooper, Hellcat, good morning. Matthew, good morning. Danny, good to see you again also. And Ralph, good morning. We got a really good crowd here of the early birds. You absolutely love to see it. Okay, let's go ahead and break down what's going on. Remember, we do have Mark Petrino and a stock of the day pick coming up here in just about a half an hour. So let's get ready for that. We'll start by looking at the SPY. What on earth is this? Producer, how in the heck? What the F is that? What? How did this happen? What did you do? What did you do? Oh, just kidding. Okay, let's talk about the SPY here. We've been talking all week about, man, maybe this thing's going to really sell off. Obviously, it started with the whole DeepSeek thing at the beginning of this week, but look at the resilient market here yet again. Yet again, we are right back up to that former level. Now, we still are right beneath the all-time highs that we just recently set off this last move. By the way, how good was that SPY bottoming call on January 13th? Thank you. Thank you. We were able to actually make some trades off that one as well. So pretty sweet. Still long Amazon today, by the way, into today. Still underwater just a little bit. We might add to that. We might trade that here again. I'm feeling pretty good about that position, actually. So here we go. So on the SPY, we are in this gap. Looks like we filled this up here in the pre-market. The next step, can we actually punch above? Can we get any type of buying volume here today? And can we really kind of move above that? We do have core PCE coming here in 27 minutes as well. So that might set the stage for what direction we're going to go here today. Real quickly, I just wanted to share the article with you. Let me share it here. I'm not sure if producer threw it in there yet. Here you go. This is the S&P futures here. Like I was saying, green arrows across the board here. S&P futures up 0.4% here this morning. Dow futures up almost 0.3, just shy of 0.3, and NASDAQ leading the way higher at 0.7. So green arrows across the board here. We had yesterday right near the close, we had a pretty interesting day yesterday. We sold off early on, and we just kind of grinded higher. It was low volume, but we grinded higher. Then we got the bombshell that tariffs are going to be imposed on Canada and Mexico this weekend. I'm imagining they're trying to work on a deal for something, and if they're unable to do that, tariffs will be the result of that this weekend. That actually sent the market down. I actually went to this article a little too quickly. I wanted to talk about the SPY price action in here because we're all active traders. You got an amazing opportunity last night. So right here is when we started hearing about the tariffs. I saw it on X. And I watched SPY sell off, and I was like, is this a time to short? Do we actually short this? Maybe short it into tomorrow, maybe not hold it over the weekend. Maybe there will be some more tariff news, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I thought to myself, I don't know. I don't know if that's how this is really going to work. I happen to be in Benzinga Pro Chat. Shout out to Benzinga Pro Chat. And one of our YouTube viewers who was also in there, Voodoo, was like, hey, I smell opportunity. And I said, you know what, Voodoo? The little guy inside the gut is saying the exact same thing. So I actually started to watch this price action when we got down here. Bought some calls, 605 calls that expired today at 140. Those calls continued to trade lower as the bottom was put in. I think it got down to 120 or 118 on that contract price. And then bang, big bounce right back to even. We're able to sell those calls at 215. So real nice day trade there on the tariff headline. One of the things that we have been discussing here, and particularly in happy hour with the Trump administration, you can expect volatility. Also, Chinese New Year, the year of the snake, also should represent volatility. 13's been all over that as well. So we're going to take advantage of that volatility when we get it. Now that is over, we, of course, focus back on what's next here. So we will have to see what happens with some of these tariffs. The other thing to note here, the dollar index strengthened after Trump announced on Thursday that the U.S. will implement a 25% tariff on imports in Canada and Mexico effective Saturday, February 1st. That's tomorrow. He also threatened BRICS nations to impose 100% tariffs if they issue BRICS reserve currency. So I really want to see how that shakes out. I know there was a lot of talk about countries moving away from the dollar, and that's going to be really terrible and this and that. I thought that was overblown. We'll see if this ends up fixing that. So that was really what's going on yesterday as far as the market. That's also why we got that pull. And I'm excited to see that here this morning, we are actually trading higher. Now, as I just mentioned, PCE could change all of that, but this is where we're at right now. And also, it kind of shows that this whole DeepSeek thing, at least for right now, I mean, we'll see what happens here, but so far, this has really shown that DeepSeek catalyst, that was a buying opportunity. So I know we kind of talked about that on Monday, talked about whether or not this was going to be good, bad, is this going to start to sell off, all of those things. Tell you what, that was yet another buying opportunity. Now, how long is that going to last? Your guess is as good as mine. We're going to keep playing it until it doesn't work. That's just kind of my strategy there. All right, next, let's talk about Apple, because that was the big report yesterday. I'm sure that was the one that everyone is waiting for here. Remember, we had all this talk about how things are not going well, the channel checks are not going well. The earnings report comes out and the stock trades 4% higher. So have fun with that. Now, I did really quickly want to take a look here. The earnings, Apple options imply a 3% move in the post-earnings price. Bang, we got a 4.1% move. So in a lot of these reports, we actually got less of a move than the options anticipated. Thus, it was the seller or the option sellers that had the winning trade. Apple kind of bucked that. Now, the interesting thing here, in particular with price action, is that it was relatively flat. Apple earnings don't come out till 4:30. They don't come out right at the beginning of the after hours. And as you can see, this actually moved higher, then it moved lower, then it tried to figure out where it was going to go. It was actually around unchanged for a while of the happy hour show yesterday. Then it traded back down, bounced clean off the 233 level that we have identified a long time ago, and just reversed hard and went higher. Now we've actually held that. We've drifted higher here in the pre-market. Again, sans the PCE print here, Apple looks to be strong here again today. As far as Apple, some stats here. It was a revenue beat, an EPS beat. The iPhone sales slipped, but it really wasn't as bad as it kind of was anticipated, or what it was being made out to be. And actually, I have an article here with a Gene Munster video that if you are an Apple bull or an Apple investor, probably worth your time here. The install base climbs to an all-time high. That's important. And that's not a surprise. Tim Cook led off the conference call by saying, quote, "Our best quarter ever." End quote. So despite all of this, based on the numbers, technically it is their best quarter ever. And Gene Munster, a top Apple analyst, been covering the stock for a long time, says, quote, "The mess wasn't as big as it looked. End quote. As iPhone maker delivers better than expected results. Now, a couple of the stats here on their flagship lines of revenue. iPhone 64.14 billion. That was versus the 69.7 billion last year. This actually represents just under a 1% decline, right? So 0.8 decline in iPhones. Again, that was kind of offset by the user base. Mac 8.99 billion versus the 7.78 billion last year. Now, while this is a much smaller number than the iPhone, what does that tell me? Tells me that those new Apple Silica chips are sought after and people are upgrading. Remember, those new Mac computers, they are not cheap. The one that I got was like $3,600, and that's they range anywhere, especially on the high end, from like 2,200 up to, I think you can make that computer $6 or $7 grand. So really, really expensive. Definitely seem to be some upgrade to the new Apple Silica chips, and those chips really are awesome. You're seeing that number here reflected in the Mac number. iPad, 8.09 billion versus the 7.02 billion last year. iPad also got a chip refresh. I've never been a huge fan of tablets. It's like a tertiary device for me. I like the computer, the phone, and then maybe the tablet. I actually prefer a laptop to a tablet, to be honest. But those were actually higher as well. Wearables and home and accessories, 11.7 billion versus the 11.95 billion. So that one actually slipped a little bit there. And then the other thing here I wanted to do, let's see, did you give, I think you gave that the Apple one, here's the Gene Munster one. Let me throw this in the chat. I really do think this is a pretty good article. This covers some of the things that are in there. And the Gene Munster video in here is 10 minutes of a lot of really quality information on Apple. If that's something that you're interested in. I went and pulled a couple of things out of that for you in case you don't have the time. Looking ahead, Gene Munster expresses optimism about iPhone sales reaccelerating by June, and he cites Apple Intelligence as the reason for this, which I thought was strange, but I'll give that to him, at least for right now. Based on early adoption data in the US, he emphasized the strength of Apple's ecosystem, noting that 7% growth in the install base to 2.2 billion devices. And this is kind of the crux for the bullish case in the future, because the install base is so strong and because they had such robust numbers on this last print. The thought here is that if Apple Intelligence has any type of notable increase, if it gets better in any way, or if it provides any type of value to the end user, Gene Munster thinks that in addition to Apple Intelligence being more widely adopted, you're actually going to see a ramp in the iPhone sales. And that's important because while it was a little bit of a decline here and they actually missed, it wasn't as bad as people thought. Now, if you reaccelerate that iPhone upgrade cycle, you could be in store for some even better prints going forward here in 2025. So Gene Munster, I know he's a bull. I know he's been covering Apple for a long time. He's been bullish on Apple for a long time, but let's face it, him, his clients, and his firm have made a truckload of money on Apple on that. So I tend to go to Gene Munster when I want to hear about Apple. And this is an interesting thesis. One of the things I've been asking you folks, especially you Apple fans, is sell me on Apple Intelligence. I'm trying. I use Perplexity. I use ChatGPT. I'm trying to use Apple Intelligence, but I really haven't seen the value there. So we'll see if that gets made better or made more robust this upcoming year. Thought that was interesting. We'll see if that strategy holds true here. One more thing, he sees better upgrade rates in English-speaking regions, and that is likely attributed to the Apple Intelligence. So once again, the best growth or the best upgrade rates are in English-speaking regions, and we expect that to accelerate once Apple Intelligence actually increases its offering. So really interesting stuff there on Apple. Take a quick look at Apple here. Let me actually go back to the chart real quick. Apple up 4.2% here in the pre-market. Again, this is sitting right near pre-market highs. This is right near the after-hour high from yesterday on that impulse reversal that we got off the 233 level. So Apple looking good here. Anyone that played this for earnings to the long side, you ended up getting a dub here. But the reality is that this may continue to trade up here. We'll see. Day traders still have my iPhone 12. Next iPhone is pre-ordered already and not in Apple for the first time since they came out. Interesting. You know, one of the things that they said is that they anticipate more upgrades to the newest model. Here we have one of our members saying that they're still on 12, right? They're at the newest one, I believe, is 16, so 4 generations behind. Day Trader telling us he's moving away from the Apple ecosystem. Day Trader, keep us posted on that, because it seems that that move is very, very difficult. And the more you get tied down into that ecosystem, the harder it is to leave. Whereas on the inverse, if you're in the Android or the Android ecosystem, it's actually fairly easy to move to the Apple ecosystem. So I'm curious on your experience with that as you do that. Nonetheless, here, Apple looking really strong, 247. A quick look at the daily chart. Remember, we do have this all-time high here at 260. And while I don't think that's going to be in play here today, if Apple keeps any of this momentum and the market cooperates, I don't think it's out of the question that we print new all-time highs here in Apple in the near future. They did also raise their dividend a little bit, but it's really not that much. It yields still under 0.5%. So had that going as well. Also, remember, Apple does not provide guidance. One of the things they do is they kind of generally talk on the conference call about how things are going, but no actual guide numbers to report here to you today. So Apple definitely going to be one of the stocks that we're watching here today. Congrats on all of the Apple bulls. Okay. We have here dumped Apple years ago. Taking the bite out of the same apple was like watching reruns, LOL. You know, and that kind of goes back to the innovation comment that a lot of you have harped on. And I'll tell you what, you know, I'm just trying to play the contrarian for a sec here. First of all, they really have not innovated anything great. I mean, I think the last thing that we really focused on was the goggles, and what a flop that actually was, and how that wasn't actually great. I mean, you look at the Meta competitor product, it's a fraction of the price, and it pretty much does everything better except for like watching high-res movies if you're not walking around. I mean, it was a complete miss, in my opinion, and I'm someone that's a fan of Apple. But it'll be interesting to see if they come out with some type of product, no matter how small or big. If it's really, really popular, what is that going to do to the stock? This is actually set up, I think, to do pretty well if they're able to surprise. Now, will they be able to do that? Your guess is as good as mine. We'll see. All very valid points. Apple here today, though, telling the doubters to stuff it, as it's up 4.3% post earnings. Okay, next thing we want to talk about is Intel. How many of you folks are trading Intel? I wonder. Intel here up 1.75% on the backs of the earnings. It was a beat. Here, let me actually give you some of the stats there. Intel stock climbs on better than expected Q4 results. Intel will be fighting for every socket in the data center business. So Intel here not giving up. Adjusted EPS 13-cent beat the 12-cent estimate, pretty much in line right there. The 14.3 billion sales beat the 13.81 billion estimate. So beat on the top and the bottom line there. Intel sees Q1 2025 revenue 11.7 to 12.7 billion versus the 12.87 billion estimate. So very, very interesting. We actually have a soft guide here on Intel, and recently, soft guides or poor guides have really kind of sunk the stock on the earnings report, yet Intel holding here, not even just in the after hours yesterday, but holding here at plus 1.9%. It's also worth mentioning Intel's target price lowered to 20 from 25 at Baird. Intel's target price lowered to 23 from 26 at JP Morgan. And Roth MKM maintains neutral and lowers the price target to 20. So the interesting takeaway that I have here is the report was technically a beat. The guide was soft. So I would say that the report is not really all that great, right? I think that's fair to say. And still, Intel is not trading down. So part of me wonders if we're really kind of carving out a bottom here. Now, looking at the chart here, we do have this, 18 and change, quadruple bottom almost at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4 hits down here. So I think then if you want to trade this or maybe even potentially invest in this, I think one of the things that you can do is really kind of look at this area here and then factor your trade around the support. I can't tell you what to risk and what type of risk profile you should take on a trade, but I'll tell you, after looking at this, after seeing this report and after seeing how this is all going here, I kind of think that we're near a bottom here on Intel. Could this break lower? Yeah, sure, it could go lower, but just for lining up all of this stuff here certainly looks like a fairly decent spot. RSI is kind of in no man's land. You have some very clear targets right above you with some of these moving average lines. We also have this gap that goes back in the beginning of August of last year. So we might be able to maybe trade up to this 26 area and then possibly fill that gap up to this 29-30 area here. So we'll see on Intel. There were a couple of things that I wanted to cover here. I actually did not have time to pull the notes out of this one. There were some things here. So first of all, I know one of the things that we're waiting on is a CEO change at Intel. And there was some talk about that. Here's a note here. Intel said that they wouldn't comment, but they're actively looking for one. So the other thing is that news, that piece of news, if and when it comes, actually could represent a positive catalyst for the stock and might end up popping it. A couple of stats here that I want to give you. Producer, shout out to you. During our earnings call that we were streaming last night, we actually did run some polls, and I wanted to give you that data here today. Asking if you're bullish or bearish on Intel's stock. 71% of you said that you were bullish on Intel's stock down here. Really like that, considering we're at a pretty depressed price and on a support level as a trade. I think that's pretty good. 8% said that you were bearish. 13% of you said you just weren't sure, and 6% of you said flat out, I have no opinion. I don't care about Intel. So pretty interesting stuff. A lot of bullishness there with Intel while it's low here at a support level. Now, conversely, we also did the same thing for Apple stock during Apple's earnings call. Remember, Apple up here near all-time highs, as we just covered. 52% of you are bullish, 24% of you are bearish. 12% of you said, I'm not sure, and 10% of you said, forget it. I don't have an opinion on this. So just kind of interesting stuff. The Apple, which has been on a run and up near all-time highs, not as bullish as Intel, which has really kind of underperformed, but sure looks like it's carving out a bottom. So I'm interested to see how this unfolds over Q1 here of 2025. Also, let's see there. Here's the one thing that I wanted to read from the report, and I think producer gave this to you. Yeah, I see it there in the Intel. Yep, see it there in the chat. I just lost my place again. Here we go. This strategic shift comes as Intel's latest financial results show continued pressure in the data center business. Remember, that's going to be the big thing going forward here is going to be data center and how that ties into a lot of these stocks on the AI angle. The company's data center and AI segment reported a revenue of $3.4 billion in the fourth quarter of 2024, marking a 3% decline year over year, according to the company's recent earnings report. So still struggling with the data center. That came out in this report, and still Intel's able to hold 2% higher. So I'd be curious to get your opinion here on Intel. We'll see if we have a trade on that here today. Also, co-CEO Michelle Hulthus, hope I'm pronouncing her name right. I apologize if I butchered that. As competition from AMD and NVIDIA heat up. So that was the other thing. They're definitely recognizing the competition from some big players in the industry. Okay, Ryan here saying declining data center revenue whilst that's a hype market is surely worrying. Yes, Ryan, exactly. I would be worried about that. This is something that, it seems to be like kind of the next step here. And I guess what I'm noting off of this, you're absolutely right. Why is the stock not down? And the only really thing I can come up with is maybe we've put in a near-term bottom here. Maybe this is ready. Maybe this is ready for a trade. So no position for me just yet, but this is absolutely one of the things that I'm looking for here. Ryan also went on to say, Ryan, really good stuff here. When their new factories are complete, this will be a good catalyst, but that was pushed back to 2026. Was that in the call on there? I can't remember. I could have sworn that they said that they were trying to do that here early. You guys are saying my voice is choppy. YouTube feed is fine for me. No cutting out. Okay. Harley is saying your voice is clipping really badly on the session. Mad Money says you keep cutting out. Let me know. We're getting mixed reports here. Twitch is fine. Let me know, folks. Let me get a bigger sample size here. It might just be for you guys. You might want to, depending on what your stream setting is, maybe bump the quality up there and let me know. Morning, it sounds fine on YouTube. Okay, thanks, producer. Got it. Lion Atlas, all good here. No cutting out for me. Okay, sorry. It looks to be on your end, folks, there. Sorry about that. Okay. Izzy, Echo, you probably have 2 streams open. No one else has reported an echo. It was, but it's better now. Okay, Sunkissed Yogi, awesome. Lion, good to see you. I think that I heard from producer that you had a question for 13 and I yesterday. Is that correct? Let me know what that was, if you do in fact have that. Okay, and then CCG Trader. Let me get that right. CCG Trader 25. Intel won't move until they get a new CEO. You recall when we were first talking about Intel, that was one of the things that I really wanted to see for that to turn around. I'm in the same camp with you. I think a new CEO here, a really good CEO hire is likely going to be a huge positive catalyst. So we'll see if that bottom is really put in here on Intel. We should be in good shape. Mad Money says, I had to close it and restart it, and it's good now. Awesome. Jim, all good here. Okay, sweet. It's always hard to do that. Always hard to figure out. Just wanted to make sure that I'm not crushing you guys this morning. Okay. It is just about 8:30. Let's go ahead and go to our stock of the day. Let's welcome on Mark Petrino here. Put our hands together and bring him on. Mark, good morning and happy Friday. How are you doing here today, my man?
I'm doing pretty well, man. How about you?
I'm doing good. Look, I'm definitely, I'm in the same camp as you. Anyone but the Chiefs. Well, it was definitely a first down. It's only not a first down if you're playing the Chiefs, I guess, last week. But all right, Saquon Barkley, fly Eagles fly. One thing I will say here is that the Super Bowl is Saquon Barkley's birthday. So if
Are you serious?
Yeah, I am serious. So if you're super or if you believe in all of that stuff, he might be motivated to absolutely pop off. We'll see if that's how it works. Anyway, Mark, thanks for joining us here. What do you got here today for your stock of the day?
Well, I haven't decided what I am going to do today, but I wanted to bring up something that's a very important point from last week. And let me figure out how to share my screen here.
Sure. There we go. Boop.
All right. So we had talked about electronics arts last week for a potential reversal, right? Have big volume, massive sell-off, very oversold, but it hasn't rebounded yet. Now, although yesterday's action was pretty good, but the point I wanted to make was we talked last week about having a trigger, something that would happen to get you to actually pull the trade. Just because something is down and there's big volume and it's oversold, it doesn't mean it can't keep going down. That's why we have to wait for the reversal before we jump in. So the stock has not reversed yet, although you can say now that it's starting to, but this is just a good example of where you can need a little bit of patience. And if you don't have a trigger, then a lot of times it prevents you from being wrong. In other words, something is down big, you think it's going to reverse, it's oversold, but you actually wait for the reversal to start. And you sacrifice a few points and not getting in at the exact bottom, and jump in when you have more confidence it's going your way and when it's actually started to reverse. So here's a perfect example of that. Something was set up, but now it actually looks like it's all that being said, it looks like it's starting to reverse. But I think a lot of times if people want to think about how to trade, think about it as you have your setup. This is your starter saying, get ready, get set. The trigger is your go. And then, of course, you have to have your exit strategies. So there's like 4 parts to every trading. I mean, everyone has their own style, but it's just something to think about. Your setup, your trigger, then your profit strategy or your exit strategy for a profit, exit strategy for a loss.
I'm so glad that we started off covering this one because I know we talked about this with you last week. I'm long this. I took this trade. We didn't just talk about it. I actually took this, and I took this. You were just talking about a trigger. One of the things that I noticed here is that each one of these days, while we didn't really turn around, we did a masterful job holding 115. And all of those daily candles have bottoms that were held above 115. We've got some wicks to the bottom, and I think it was Tuesday that I actually opened this position here. It continued to hold, and now today it looks like we might get our reversal here. So I am long the February 125 calls on this, and giddy up. It's starting to look like this trade is working here.
Cool. And from a longer term point of view, something kind of struck me about the numbers. They reduced their revenue, but their earnings stayed the same. So let's just think about that. They're making the same amount of money on less sales. So in a way, it's saying the company's becoming more efficient. The margins are getting better, right? So sales are down, but the earnings are the same. It seems like the company's getting more profitable or more efficient in some way. So that's something to think about. So yesterday I did Ford in the stock of the day. So I do it every morning.
And Mark, before we cover forward here, real quick, we did get the data print that we were looking for. I know the producer will scroll it here. It doesn't look like the market's reacting, so I think we can just kind of get past it right here. I'll let you know if anything else changes. U.S. core PCE index year over year for December 2.8 versus the 2.8 estimate. The prior read was 2.8. We're in line there. U.S. PCE price index for month over month for December 0.3% versus the 0.3 estimate, in line there. We look pretty much in line across the board. SPY not really reacting, so it looks like we got past this data print here without issue. Sorry for interrupting there, Mark, but we were waiting on that PC.
Oh no, that's okay. I was interested in those numbers because there's some areas of the market where we're seeing inflation. We can go over it before I'm done, but some of the inflation indices are up, even though oil is down. So that could be telling us something too. So we could look at that in a second, but let me just talk about Ford because this was yesterday. And the idea is in this thing, when I do my stock of the day, I try to do it as a teaching thing for the most part, opposed to like just my opinion on something. So as we can see, there's resistance up here around 1130 for Ford. Notice how every time it got to the resistance, it sold off. And this happens because resistance is this large group of sellers, and sometimes they get worried they're going to miss out. Like you could be some institutional trader sitting there and you have 1 million shares of Ford to sell at $11.30. And then all of a sudden someone comes in and they're willing to sell at $11.25. And you say, you know what? I don't want to miss this. I got a lot of stock to move here. I'm going to drop my offer price to $11.20. Someone else sees that, they go to $11.15, so forth and so forth and so on. And you get this snowball effect. So a lot of times when we get to resistance, we sell off. So that's a good time to look for trading ideas on whatever it is that you're watching. Remember, things generally go down faster than they go up. So in a lot of ways, it's easier to make money on the short side. And the reason why things go down faster than they go up is because people sell based on fear, but people buy based on hope. And fear is a much more powerful emotion than hope is. So, I mean, you can see that right here, right? Going up, and then all of a sudden it's like, whoosh, I don't know what news came out. Now, second thing to think about is how you can get resistance at the same level that had been resistance before, right? 1130 was first resistance here, and then here, and then here, and then here. Now, why does this happen? Well, generally it's because of buyer's remorse. People buy right at the top, and then the price falls, and they say, I made a mistake. So if it gets back to my price, I am going to try to get out at break even. I'm going to hold on to my shares, but when it gets back to my price and I get out break even, I'm going to. So two lessons there. One is things tend to sell off of resistance. And the second lesson is there tends to be resistance at levels that were resistance before. Now, here's why I think there's a chance Ford might start to trend lower. Keep in mind the scale here, like 10, 15 to 10. So we're not talking about big moves, but it's a good learning lesson. So now down here around the 1030 level, there's resistance. Well, here's another reason why resistance can form. It's because resistance tends to form not only at levels that were resistance before, but at levels that were support before. And that's because there's people who bought at the support who thought that it was easy and they were making a ton of money when the price went up. But when it went lower, they're like, oh, I made a mistake. If I can get out at my same price I bought at, I'm going to. So buyer's remorse can keep resistance intact, and buyer's remorse can make what was support turn into resistance. So pretty, you can see this on pretty much any chart, but it's just goes back to the whole thing that when you look at a chart, what you're looking at is the graphical illustration of the psychology of the people that are doing the trading. So you see the same chart patterns, and whether you're looking at a currency, a crypto, a commodity,
Mhm.
because regardless of what it is, the people that are doing the trading have the same emotions, and this is what we see on a chart.
Mark, some of the things that we see here, and it, like you were just saying, it could be a large cap stock, could be a small cap stock, it could be Bitcoin, it could be pretty much any speculative asset. Sometimes we'll see the stock run up to one of these very clearly defined resistance levels, and it'll trade a little bit at that level. And then if it takes out let's use the 1134 example. If it trades up there and it takes out all of those sellers, it then seems to often have that impetus to really kind of pop more and move higher quickly. Is that just the sentiment changing, right? All of the remorseful buyers have now been taken out. Excuse me. All of the sellers that are sitting at that level have now been taken out. There's now more buyers than sellers, and as a result, the price continues to trade up. We see that on a regular
Exactly.
basis.
I mean, obviously, this is it's an art and not a science. Because if it
Mhm.
was a science, everyone would be rich, right? But but yeah, sometimes we get to resistance and we trade above it, and that is what we call a breakout. Now that tells us something. It tells us that the investors and the traders or whoever created the resistance with their sell orders are out of the way. Maybe they cancel their orders, maybe they finish their orders. But when you take a large amount of supply out of a market, then it sets the stage for the people that want to buy are going to have to be aggressive. They're going to have to be willing to pay premiums. Oh, the last trade was at 1150. Well, I'll sell you stock, but it's going to be at 1160. Hey, I'm the lowest price in town. Take it or leave it.
Mhm.
And it's just it starts to push the price higher. And the classical theory, for lack of better terms, of technical analysis is that people see that there's resistance at 1130. So say you wanted to sell at 1150, you might say, last time it got to 1130, I think that's where it's going to find a top. I'm going to reduce my price to there. People that want to sell above the resistance end up reducing their prices. So you get this like air pocket of sell orders above the resistance. Anyone who wanted to sell between say 1130 and just hypothetically 1150 has reduced the price to 1130. So there's really not much stock for sale in between 1130 and 1150. So if someone comes into the market and they want to buy, it's in the seller's hands to decide where they want to sell it to them. So that's called a breakout. And of course, the mirror image is on the downside, a breakdown. And if we get below the support, it tells you that the buyers or the investors and traders who created the support with their buy orders are out of the market. So now the seller's got to be really aggressive. Just like we talked about on the upside,
Mhm.
maybe anyone who wanted to buy between 10 and 1030 said, last time this got down to 1030, that's where it turns. So I want to buy at 1015, but I'm going to increase my buy order to 1030. And it creates an air pocket below. And you can see this is a
Mhm.
perfect example here, right? The sellers come in, they have a hard time finding buyers because people that wanted to buy in this range had increased their prices to here. So now there's no one who wants to buy in this range, and there's no buyers until we get down to around here. So that's so that's the old breakout and the old breakdown. Once again, based on psychology and supply and demand, just like everything is in the market.
Indeed. Okay. That is awesome. Look, one other question that I have for you here. I do this all the time. I am constantly looking for previous areas where the stock either turned around, found support, found resistance, etc. Is there anything else that you really like to use for identifying different support and resistance levels other than like reversal points on the chart, whether it's an indicator or anything else?
Well, this sounds very simple, and it is, and trading doesn't need to be that complicated, but things that are really oversold that get to support tend to reverse and rally. Things that are really overbought and get to resistance tend to sell off. What is a support level? Well, it's a price level where there's a lot of buy interest. What is oversold? That means traders have been aggressive and emotional, and they've pushed the thing below what would be its typical or usual range. So that's going to draw buyers into the market. A lot of trading systems on Wall Street are based on the concept of reversion to the mean.
Mhm.
So that's why Bollinger Bands, I think, are particularly effective these days, is
Okay.
because a lot of these algorithmic programs that are out there trading are based on statistics, and Bollinger Bands are based on statistics. It's 2 standard deviations away from the 20-day moving average. Now, you could tweak that. That's just the default. But if something exceeds well, my understanding is that according to statistics, 95% of trading should be within 2 standard deviations of the mean. So if we exceed that threshold, that's going to get the attention of a lot of these algorithms that are based on statistics, because they're going to be anticipating a reversion. And just say something is overbought, they're going to come into the market as sellers, and they may actually push the price down. It could become like a self-fulfilling prophecy. So it
Mhm.
sounds pretty simple, but if you're looking for trading ideas, you can go to the screener here um, in BZ Pro and just look for stuff that's overbought or oversold, and then bring
Mhm.
it up and see if it looks like it's at a support level or a resistance level, and then take it from there. It's a good way to find, not perfect ideas, but low risk ideas.
I'm with you 100% there. I was wondering if we could maybe, if unless you have another stock here, I'm wondering if we could maybe take a quick look at Nvidia. We did have a question here from Rocket from Guardian in the chat. Is Nvidia oversold? So just want to know if we can take a quick look here. I brought it up on my chart. I see that you have it there. So also, I don't see it here on your chart, but by the way, the current price right now really seems to be just kind of straddling that 200-day moving average, if that's important at all.
Yeah, this was actually the stock of the day on, I don't know. I think it was maybe Tuesday. Um, but this is very important, and a lot of times markets are difficult to read, right? And sometimes they're kind of easy to read. And when I say they're easy to read, it means there's just maybe one or two things you got to focus on. And I think this is kind of one of those times. Now, the answer to your question is, from this time horizon, no, I don't think Nvidia is oversold, um, because we had this big move,
Mhm.
right? And maybe at this point it was oversold by some definitions, but we've basically gone sideways now for 5 days. So being oversold is like a rubber band, or being overbought, right? So like it's really stretched out. But if we spend some time trading sideways, that kind of takes the overboughtness out of it, or the over soldness out of it. So to me, this is not an oversold stock, because it's basically been in the same range here for 5 days, and it looks like this morning it's I don't yeah, it looks like this morning it's not really moving either, I don't think.
It's down about 1.5%. It's looking at about 122.81 here.
Yeah, which is like right in here. Now, here's an example of what we saw before with buyer's remorse with Ford, right? It's not a coincidence that we had this sold off sell off and we had a rebound. This is where we stalled out,
Mhm.
right around 130. That's just not a coincidence. It's not like a random act of the market gods. There was resistance here because there was support over here, right? Now, if I had traded this, which unfortunately I didn't, but if I had bought it down here, my target would have been, from a trading target. I mean, I don't know where it's going to be in a year. My trading target would have been 130, or around 130. People buy, and then the price goes below their price, and they're like, "Oh, I made a mistake. If
Mhm.
I can get out of this at break even, I'm going to." So this is a perfect example. And if you think about how big Nvidia is, and what the market cap is, and how many shares it trades, and people all over the world are trading it, whether you have individual retail investors, you have big institutions, you have algorithms, you have value, every different kind of strategy you can think about. Yet somehow it finds this almost like perfect. Actually, let's kind of get really nitpicky here. Opening price over here, 129.09. Closing price here, or 128.99, and the high one. So we're talking about
10 cents.
pennies.
10 pennies.
Pennies on a stock that's $130 a share. And I've been doing this a long time, and this stuff still amazes me. There's in the fundamental world, like your traditional fundamental analysts, people, earnings, EBITDAs, margins, like this shouldn't happen. There should be no explanation for this. But as traders, and we know that the markets are driven by psychology, this doesn't surprise us at all. A lot of people say to me, Mark, well, how is it that all these like AI programs and these quantitative programs do this? Well, remember, they're based on historical patterns. They go back and take the data going back however long. So they're just looking for the same patterns that occurred before. And as long as there is buyer's remorse, we'll see support levels turning into resistance. I mean, I look at charts sometimes from the 1800s, and if they weren't labeled, you wouldn't even know that when it was from. I mean, this could be like United Sugar Corp in 1890. Do you know when the Dow Jones first came out? What the first number was? Where the Dow Jones opened in, I think it was May of 1896.
No, that is a hell of a trivia. What is the answer though? I don't know it.
40.94.
40.94 is where the Dow opened. Okay, so the first print ever is 40.90. You know what? I'm actually going to take that down because I will forget that. That is an amazing stat. In the 10 plus years I've been doing this, I've never heard anybody say that.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of a history buff, and I think that
that's 40.94. You said, correct?
40.94. Yeah,
perfect.
And it was started by Charles and Dow, the guys that started the Wall Street Journal. But I think if you understand history, it can help you be a better trader. As a matter of fact, guess what I was looking at before I came on? The panic of 1907, right? And this is JP Morgan stepped in and he saved the market, and then that led to the beginning of the Federal Reserve. But the names change, the people change, the technology changes, but what never changes is the psychology of people.
That's right.
And, I think that if we had charts of like what the Romans or the Egyptians or the Phoenicians were trading, I think we would see the same patterns that we see now. All right, this was a stock of the day too here, which was pretty cool. Lockheed Martin. And this one is kind of a longer term, but it's one of these things where we have a price level that has just been important for, just like so long, like right down here around we're going to call it 440. First became resistance in August of 22. Then it became support in January of 23, was support from May of 23 through August of 23. Broke below it here, but when we got back up, once again, the level became important again, right? Support from October of 23 to December. So what is the obvious question? Well, the stock is trading around 460. If this thing gets to 440, it's definitely going to be on my watch list because there's a good chance it can rally again. We talked about how when we get to support, you get anxious buyers outbidding each other. And, I know it seems like crazy that a level that was important years ago could still be important now. But, I mean, that's just how the markets are. We saw that last week with Edison International.
Yep.
You have this, this price. I mean, you don't need to be a former hedge fund trader or a chart guru to see, to see that that's a clearly defined support level. And this goes back to, March of 2021. It's like, what were you doing 4 years ago? Did you even remember? But anyway, I just think this is a really good example.
I tried this one too, and not doing as well on this one as I am on the EA one. Real quickly, had a question here from Brandy in the chat. Ryan, can you ask Mark about Visa since you made a video on it yesterday? Can we do that?
Oh yeah, I did. On my Substack channel, I have a video of Visa, and as a matter of fact, this is what I wanted to point out here. Now, in general, and of course, we always say in general because there's no absolutes in the market, because if there was, everyone would be rich. There tends to be really aggressive buying at two times: the beginning of a trend and the end of a trend, right? And you could say the people that buy at the beginning of the trend are the smart money, and the people that buy at the end of the trend are the quote unquote not so smart money. So if we're coming off of a reversal and you get a gap, this is what we call a breakaway gap. The buyers are so aggressive that it closes at one price one day, and the next day it opens at a different price higher. There's no trading in between. So it ends up showing up like a gap on your chart. This is why, people that use line charts have to be careful, because if you're using a line chart, you don't see these gaps. You would just see a line. But I think it's really important to watch them. So if you get a reversal and then you get a gap, it tends to be what we call a breakaway gap. This is the smart money that's really piling in. Like, we don't care what price we have to pay. We think it's going higher. It's going higher. I don't care. You tell your broker, be aggressive, go buy it. So you get this. A lot of times after you get a trend that's been going in one direction for a period of time and it's a well-defined trend, you start to get gaps again. Now, there's a good chance that these could be what we call exhaustion gaps. This is the people that have been sitting on the sidelines saying, I want to buy this, but I'm waiting for a better price. I'm waiting for it to get lower. Keeps going up. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait. And finally, it's like, you know what? I don't care. I'm sick of watching this thing go higher. I'm going to go in and I'm going to buy it. It doesn't matter what price I have to pay. And that causes a gap as well, really aggressive buying. So, it's not a guarantee, but it's just all about the nature of the way things trend. This thing has been a pretty significant uptrend. We're having some breakaway gaps, some really aggressive buying here. This could be the people that are late to the party. And when this happens, we just watch this for a possible reverse. And again, if you're going to buy puts, you don't wait for the exact top because no one can find the top. There's an old saying, the only people that can sell at the top and buy at the bottom are liars. So accept the fact that you're not going to get a perfect price or the exact top, and just think about how much money you can make. I think a good mindset for newer traders and day traders to get into is have yourself like an Excel spreadsheet, or you could probably see it on your broker statement, what your equity is. Okay. And if you focus on, gee, what was my equity this morning? What's my equity now? It'll give you a different mindset. You'll stop worrying about trying to top ticket or bottom ticket. And it's like, hey, if you're growing your account by 1 or 2% a day in equity, guess what? You're doing a great job. So there's a good chance that these could be some breakaway gaps here. So you get the exhaustion. Sorry, I said that backwards. You get the breakaway gap at the beginning of a trend, and you tend to get exhaustion gaps at the end of a trend. Now, it's just a different way of saying something is overbought. Now, this thing could go to 500. I mean, I don't know, or it could turn around today. But again, it's like it's on the radar screen, and if the trigger, whatever we decide a trigger is, if the trigger is triggered, well, then that's where we take our position. So that's the situation with this, and I would imagine we're going to see, very similar, action in MasterCard. I mean, it's not as well defined, but you can see that maybe this is the breakaway gap, but it's more clearly defined in Visa. So I thought
Yeah.
that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, and Visa, of course, reported earnings last night. It was a beat on the top and the bottom line. Also, processed transactions up 11% on Visa. So, okay.
Yeah, so that's making the gap even more. So we could be even getting more, like remember, we could talk about earnings, we could talk about this, or we could talk about beats. A couple of things to keep in mind here. Like there's an old expression, buying the rumor, selling the news, right? And that refers to the fact that sometimes there's this news coming out that everyone's anticipating that's going to be so great, it's going to drive the stock higher, right? So it's like everyone in Aunt Mary knows about it. So what do? They buy before the news comes out. Then when the news comes out, good, bad, or indifferent, everyone who wanted to buy has bought it already. So it just can't go any higher. Everyone's got a full position. So people start to look around and say, like, wait a second, this isn't working out the way I planned. It's not going up. Oh, I better sell. They have a hard time finding people to buy from them because the buyers are all full. So you get this immediate, you get this kind of reversal. So that's buy on the rumor, sell on the news. It's also called a crowded trade. It's like the same thing.
I was just going to say, that's the crowded trade, right? Because everyone is expecting this. And that's also why the contrarian trade works, right? That's why people like to be in trades that are not as crowded, because when that piece of news, whatever it might be, comes out, there are still buyers left to take that stock higher, as opposed to everybody waiting for that print or event to happen, and then they become sellers.
Yeah, it really comes back to like supply and demand. Like I don't remember exactly which release it was, but Nvidia reported blowout numbers and the stock went down. And I was watching some of these analysts on TV or online saying, well, it was a blowout number, but it wasn't blowout enough for what people were thinking. Or, it's like, no, it was an example of a crowded trade. The numbers were great. It's just everyone had took a position before. In the institutional world, you generally take positions by percentage. Like you might buy something to be 3% of your portfolio or 5% of your portfolio. So if you decide, all right, I want NVIDIA to be 5% of my portfolio, and it's 5% of your portfolio, well, that's it. You're not going to buy anymore. I mean, it's just how it works.
Okay. Mark, real great stuff as always. Really appreciate these. We did get a question. Is there anywhere else we can see? Do you have videos or anything? I think you mentioned your Substack earlier. You want to plug that here real quick?
Oh, yeah, I'd love to. Let me, so let's see.
I don't have the link handy. Otherwise, I would just post it there for you. But
all right, let me just show everyone here some ruthless self-promotion.
Yeah, and aside from the ruthless self-promotion, we're obviously going to keep bringing Mark back for little lessons like this, as well as the stock of the day. Remember, Mark to Market is on Friday, and we'll always cover the stock of the day.
So it's my name, Mark Petrino, MarkPutrino, CMT, because I hold the CMT, .substack.com. And I do, here's what Brandy was talking about. I do the spiders thing where we look at all the different sectors. There's Spider-Man this week. I thought this was kind of funny, Spider-Man and then posting a can of Raid. But these are the different sectors, and different sectors are in the driver's seat at different times. Right now, I think it's all about the financials. And so I do, this is a lesson that I talked about, how you see the same patterns, going back to the 1800s as you do now. There's my best friend Clifford. Good looking guy, right?
Yeah, that sure is. What a good looking puppy.
And
we're big animal fans. We're big animal fans around these shows. So
do you believe he's 14 years old?
No, he looks a lot younger than that. That's a good looking dog.
Yeah, I mean, for a big dog, and then this over here too, I talked about a little bit. I guess they're releasing all this stuff about JFK, and I mean, I'm not really a conspiracy guy, but I do love conspiracy theories. But the question is, why haven't they released it? Why don't we have the right to know what happened when one of our presidents got assassinated?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm extremely excited for that. It's not just JFK, it's also RFK as well as MLK. So they're going to release a lot of those. I can't wait to pour over that stuff when it's all ready. I'm into that as well. Mark, really good stuff here today. Again, I cannot thank you enough for joining us. Really good stuff on the stock of the day. Have a great weekend. We got no football this weekend, so we'll have to catch up and maybe talk about what we think about the Super Bowl next Friday.
Okay, cool, man.
Have a good rest of your day. Enjoy your
weekend. Appreciate it. Have a nice weekend.
That is Mark Petrino, folks. He's awesome. And as Brandy was saying, I've been following him for 3 years. Guy really, really knows his stuff. We're lucky to have him here. Thank you, Mark, for the stock of the day and the educational lessons. Mark's departure leaves room for 13. Let's waste no time and bring him on. 13, happy Friday, my man. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. Had a good day yesterday. Looking forward to having a good day today. How's everybody's day going?
So far, so good, my man. It is a Friday. We got the Friday vibes cooking, and we got green arrows across the board. By the way, while we were finishing up there with Mark, shout out to our chat who was all over it. Looks like we actually did take a look at NVIDIA, which is sitting right here at the 200-day, and it looks like that started to push up on volume. This was down about 1.5% here in the pre-market. Looks like we are trading higher here. It looks like Jensen Huang will visit the White House. So NVIDIA popping on that news, volume looking pretty good here. We'll see how that sets up for today. So, okay, 13, what do you want to take a look at? You want to take a look at anything from yesterday? You want to go to the movers? Do you have something random? Do you have a new story about Zelda? Where do you want to go?
No, actually, it's funny you mentioned Zelda. I actually started unwinding part of my Nintendo position yesterday.
Oh,
but we can get into that stuff later. I wanted to just cover some of the movers, and then something I wanted to put on everybody's radar because they have a potential catalyst coming. So
okay.
Got a few things that we can talk about here.
Okay, 13 came packing some heat today. Let's go.
So the first one that I was looking at today, as far as the movers go, was TDTH.
Mm-hmm.
This is a Singapore business, and it's moving because it had a big selling day yesterday. So it's moving on relative volume. This has a 21.86 million share float. And I could not find, hi everybody, I could not find any financial, deep financial records on this one without going, further and spending more time on it, which I didn't have this morning.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really have a good read on their finances. And I just wanted to put that out there. The Singapore business, that can be sometimes finicky, I guess we'll say.
Yeah, finicky is a good way to put it. We've seen these things absolutely go crazy. It looks like this had a pretty dramatic move, and the volume wasn't even nuts, and it was accompanied by no news. So, okay, TDTH, also worth noting here, 21 million shares in the float, actually just shy of 22 million shares in the float there. Not a whole lot of short interest affecting this one. So it is the largest gainer here and going to represent the biggest gapper so far when this opens here. So TDTH. Okay.
Yeah, this might provide some trades. It's going lower in the pre-market right now. This is going to have to be one that we have to wait for it to set up. There's some consolidation from the after hours yesterday around the 150 area, which we're approaching. So maybe it gets support from there, but this might not be the best one to trade today. But if it provides moves, then we'll absolutely hit it. But just want to put that out there. This isn't really a great looking company, but could be a good mover.
Rocket from Guardian says, please bring back the OG RGI baseball for Nintendo. Oh my God, the nostalgia vibes are literally flowing right now. You could add Ken Griffey Jr.'s baseball to that as well. That is a good mention. That is a good old school video game mention, man. I remember playing that.
Emulators.
Oh my God.
Just download an emulator.
Oh my God.
I know Nintendo doesn't like that.
Crazy. I did a cross-country trip with my family when I was younger, and my dad bought we had a minivan. My dad bought a power inverter that allowed me to plug this inverter into the cigarette lighter, and then I had electrical outlets, so I was able to set up a mini TV and a PlayStation in the back of the minivan. And when there was nothing interesting and we were just in the boring roads, I would play Ken Griffey Jr. Oh man, sorry for the digression there, but that was a trip down memory lane. Okay, next one that we have here. What's that?
Right the road. Turn back off. Okay, anyway.
Yeah, we gotta get back. We gotta get back on the road here. I know it's Friday, but I can't spend my entire day taking a trip down memory lane. The next one here, SGN. Is everyone familiar with this? Because I feel like we just talked about this on Wednesday. We sold off yesterday, and now we're right back to the bottom end of the consolidation range from Wednesday's trade. Signing day sports shares are trading higher after the company announced it retained rights as the national recruiting partner to the U.S. Army Bowl through 2026 in a new deal. Stock here trading up 64% here in the pre-market. The big thing that I want to remind you of before I turn this over to 13, this was probably one of the lowest float stocks that we have traded here on this show. Certainly one of the lowest ones recently. The float on this thing, 495,000. Stock's already traded 22.4 million shares here this morning. How the heck does that work? Anyway, SGN here up 64%, 13. You got anything on this one? I know we traded this before. Are we going back to the well?
Oh, we can go back and trade this thing as long as it provides some momentum or some volume and has the volume to get us in and out of these trades. The reason it has 495,000 shares in the float is because on November 18th, they did a 1-for-48 reverse split. So that's the result we have now. That also resulted in a high short interest. I believe it's 22% from what I can see. Now, that all sounds great and everything until you look at the balance sheet. It's horrible. It sucks. They have no money. They have no money.
None. They have none. 0.001 in millions.
Yeah, their
$1,000.
Their balance sheet is underwater. I mean, they have more debt. There's I have more money than
I was just gonna say I have more money on my balance sheet and less debt than this company.
Yeah, I mean maybe I should be worth, how much is this company worth? Maybe I should be worth whatever this company's trading for.
I wish it worked like that.
I know. I should just listen myself. But anyway, so this company doesn't have a good balance sheet at all, and hopefully the sponsorship agreement will bring some cash into their coffers. But we're just going to trade this thing, and then once we are done trading it, do not hold on to this thing, because I do not want to be around when people finally realize just how bad their bank account looks.
And also, if you take a look at what recently happened with this stock, we got a pop on a piece of news. We traded from about this $2 area, and it was great. It went up to 7 and change, but look, we came all the way back down here to about 230. So after all of the dust settled, the stock was really only up 30 cents. Now we're getting another pop here on volume. I highlight that just to say this. like you were saying, 13, be careful with this. If you want to use this as a trading vehicle, no problem. Looks like it's going to be on deck here today. But as far as investing and holding, please be careful and don't chase these moves. As you saw what this did literally this week. It did it this week, and it may do it again. So, okay, really good stuff there, SGN.
I'm friends with Jeff Bezos now. He made a great comment.
You're worth about 5 billion market cap, says Jeff Bezos. Okay.
I'll take it.
Okay. Jeff Bezos was throwing shade on me yesterday and giving you a nice valuation here today. So, okay, I see where your friendships lie, Jeff Bezos. I got you. I see you now.
All right, Izzy. The next one on the list here is Kit. That's another one that we've traded before. This is you go ahead and give us a rundown.
Kit Robotics, Nauticus Robotics here. Let's see if we had any news on this one. Yes, this was from yesterday in the after hours. Leidos and Nautica Robotics forge a subsea strategic alliance partnership to advance subsea autonomy solutions. So there you go. Short interest here, 32% with only 1 day to cover. They must have had a recent reverse split, right? No, actually. Yeah, it wasn't that recent. This was the end of the summer, looks like, of last year. And then float here, 6 million. So what do you got on this one, 13? What do you got on Kit? Remember, this is one of the robotic stocks that we've talked about recently. Rich Tech Robotic, ticker RR, and Serve, SERV, also maybe related to this. But 13, what do you got here on Kit?
Yeah, so 6 million shares in the float. That reverse split they did on the 23rd of July, it was 1 for 36. Didn't reduce it much further. It did result in a high short interest, though. And this company, similar to SGN, it also needs cash. So they have an alliance, subsea alliance here with a company that has a ton of cash, and Kit doesn't have any. So hopefully that's good news for Kit. Maybe they're gonna, some whatever the partnership entails, they're gonna maybe get some money coming their way. Because they don't have any of it right now. But if this provides some great movement this morning, absolutely, we're going to trade it. We're really getting that right now. The biggest move we've had so far was after the pre-market opened, and we have not come back from that big move since then. Although we are trying to find a bottom here. Interestingly, down where there was support following the after hours impulse move up to the highs. So that support is at about 215. You can see, a little bit lower there. You're at 220. I think you have 225. So 215, right about there. So there's the support. We are coming off that support right now, trying to recapture VWAP. That's something to watch for going into the open. Is if we can get above VWAP and hold above there, that could mean that we will be seeing some upwards movement into the open. That would be my expectation. That we have to recapture VWAP.
We have to recapture VWAP, and we really need that volume to kind of ramp if this thing's really going to make a move towards some of those highs. Okay, next one on the list here is going to be NLSP. This is NLS Pharmaceutics. NLS Pharmaceutics shares are trading higher after announcing its merger with Cadimastern has been approved by shareholders. So we're getting an approval here on a merger. Let's dig in a little bit more. It says shareholders approved the merger, bringing the companies one step closer to creating a combined NASDAQ-traded biotech company with a portfolio of advanced therapies for neurodegenerative diseases and diabetes. So we're talking about a merger here, but it's one step closer. Doesn't look like that's all been finalized here. Stock's up 57% and actually has been doing some trading here today. So this has actually been moving back and forth, unlike some of these takeovers that we see that have a very specific price where the stock just sits there. NLSP not doing that here, still trading. 3.43% of the float shorted here on this, and 2.5 million shares in the float. It's way over its average here today. 13, what do you make of this NLSP?
Yeah, 250 million shares in the float. Didn't really cover this one too much as I saw the merger news, and I was like, okay, this might not have. Unless there's a figure attached to it, this might not do a whole lot. But here we are with this setup that we've got here, where it's looking to break the 341 pre-market high. It's looking like it's trying to do that now, and it may even get it before we open to the regular session. So that's all I have. I didn't do really much of a deep
Yeah.
dive on this one because I thought, okay, well, there's probably going to, there's probably some figure out there that it's going to run to, and that's where it's going to hang out at. But I didn't dive into this one as deep, so I don't know if there's any talk or what kind of a price we're looking for that this is getting picked up for. So, or what the financial details are about this merger are. I haven't looked into that, so I don't know where this could go. But seeing how we have this set up here, my thought would be that we are going to break this 341 pre-market high at some point, either before the regular session opens or after.
Yeah, I would say that it's going to be volume and key levels are going to tell the story here.
No.
This is definitely good news. It's obviously not finalized yet, so there's still going to be some back and forth here. Just like a lot of these really kind of junkier names, volume, key levels, that's going to tell the story. NLSP, another one of your movers here.
Market Sniper, no, it's 2.5 million. Yes, you're right. It's 2 million. I see 2.5 million. Did I say 200? I thought I said 2.5.
I said 2.5, or was it? Because I said the float.
Whatever it was,
guys,
you're
it's
right.
2.5 million.
2.5 million.
I'm sorry.
I thought I may have said it wrong.
Okay. In any case, 2.5 million. That is the actual float there. Okay.
No, Rocket. I don't think Elon has. I think he's just waiting for that moment to Mars. Jeff just wanted to hit orbit. I'm joking around.
Next here on the list, CYCN. This is Cyclerion Therapeutics. I did not say that right. This moving on no news. At least it doesn't seem like it's moving on news. We did pop yesterday as high as 380. We've come back in here today, but we've done a decent job recapturing the VWAP, and so far holding there at that VWAP. See if we get a trade here on this one. Quick look around the horn. 1.65% of the float shorted. Only 1 day to cover on this one. Float here, 1.85 million. So pretty good in terms of its being a smaller float here. Did you take a look at this one at all? I know we've traded CYCN off the relative volume scanner before. Looks like it's back on here.
Yeah, we traded this one last month, I believe, when it had the funding news. So I don't think that we've traded it really since then. It does have a nice float. That's what we're looking for. 1.5 million. That's 1.85 million. So as far as why it's moving today, I don't see anything. It does look like it came down to a support level. If you look at a smaller time frame, let me just pull this up on my broker because I did see that where it turned around on the daily chart. It looked like that was about where some of this selling stops, or where it's at previous support.
280, 283.
Yeah, so you see where it reversed there? Just kind of put put it right on the bottom there and look
right here.
Left.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems like that's been getting a lot of support. Of course, with that exception of where it fell through back in November, but it recovered off that news, and now we're back into this kind of like sideways consolidation area. So I don't know why this is moving. I'm only kind of guessing about from what I can see, and my guess is that it's just found support from a previous level.
Okay, good stuff there, CYCN. I also wanted to really quickly mention Cypher Mining. This is up here today. It's actually doing a decent job from holding the pop yesterday. We talk about a lot of these Bitcoin stocks pretty regularly, and I'm just looking over at Bitcoin here. It's pretty much flat here today. KBW remains a buy on Cypher, and Needham reiterates their buy and maintaining their 750 price target. So that's why you have some action here in this particular miner today, up 17%. I know we've taken a look at this stock before. We've traded this one off the relative volume scanner. Just shy of 10% of the float shorted, and a float of 220 million. So one of the thicker ones here. This also should react to Bitcoin. But that's what's going on here with CIFR 13. I don't know if you had anything on this one, but
no,
one of the miners that was moving. I did really quickly want to mention SLXN because we had Chris earlier mentioning that SLXN was going. Looks like this is ramping here a little bit. Did we have any fresh news on this? Nope, just the news here from yesterday. So this looks like just maybe some continued momentum from its recent move. What's that? Arbol?
Yeah. I am seeing in the 5-minute here that it is trying to recapture VWAP. So to his point, this is coming off some of these lows here. Volume needs to be better though. Watch for that recap. If we start trading above the VWAP going into the open, that could be good for this for some more upside momentum. Now the pre-market high 250 looks like there's already been 2 visits above there or up there this morning, both rejected each time. So the next time that it gets up to 250, that might break through. This depends on the volume at the time, but we'll keep an eye on SLNX. SLXN. This one looks like it could have some a little more upside to it.
Okay, a couple other things to really quickly mention here. ASTS from our space watch list. This is popping a little bit here today. AST Space Mobile shares are trading higher after the company announced the FCC granted the company special temporary authority authorizing testing service in the U.S. Did you have anything on ASTS here? I would imagine this might put it in play if the volume kicks up at all.
The formation of that bull flag there looks pretty good, but
yeah, it does.
I was chuckling to myself because the stock I wanted to bring to everybody's attention is part of this list from the space list. So no, I don't have anything on ASTS, but it does look like that we might get some trades out of it. So we're definitely going to keep it on our radar. But the one I wanted to bring to everybody's attention that has an upcoming catalyst is SPIR. This is one that we've traded before, and this is also one that's on the space watch list. And what's coming up with this is that, and you may have remembered this news, they're spinning off they're selling their maritime business, and that deal is supposed to close this quarter. So when I look at the chart, it looks like it's coming in a little bit, and it might be finding a bottom around 1680 to 17. And if we hang out there for a long enough time, that might be a good base to maybe wait and see if we get that news sometime soon. It's supposed to that deal is supposed to close, or that sale is supposed to happen this quarter. So next 60 days.
Okay. Do you think any of that's baked in, or are you expecting another move here?
I don't think it's baked in yet. I think we got a move on that once already, and it's come back in. So I think that once we get the the money in the bank and the debt paid off, because that's what the plan for this sale is to pay off a lot of debt. I think that's going to be just another catalyst for this, and it's going to just send it to ridiculous valuations.
Okay,
that has no business belonging up there.
Okay, there you go. SPIR, you've done a really good job staying on top of that. Okay, a couple of other things. I saw that you guys were mentioning TEM earlier. This has actually been a pretty decent trade for us recently. Looks like this is actually trying to break out here. Looks like we did actually trade above $60 right here, 60.25. Remember, this also had the Pelosi push. We are entering overbought here territory here on TEM, but this might be one that we can watch here today. We've actually had some pretty good luck with this, and it trades pretty well. About 5 million shares a day. We've already traded 1 million here in the pre-market. TEM up 5.5% here today. We'll see if that gets going as well.
Got a little bit of short interest for a squeeze there too. 13.28 with 4.16 days to cover. The float's a little heavy, but that's the short interest is giving a little bit of a helping push.
Okay. All right, you guys are mentioning Nvidia here. We did mention that piece of news earlier that Jensen is going to visit the White House. That did pop Nvidia. It actually looks like this is doing a fairly decent job. Looks like 2 points higher than the pre-market consolidation area. Also did see that the SPY slipped a little here in the pre-market from some of its highs, but still holding green arrows across the board. Quick look around NASDAQ, also holding green here, about 0.6. Dow is rolling a little bit, but again, still green here, plus 0.14% here. So the market's still holding on to the green arrows. Again, I don't know if you wanted to cover the PCE. That was pretty much a nothing burger here this morning.
It was, inline figures. It's, I don't think there's anything to react to because it was, there was, I guess there would have been more of a reaction if it wasn't as expected, but it was as expected. So here we are.
Okay. There we go. What else do you want to take a look at? You or the chat, I would say.
So one thing that I noticed we almost did yesterday, and how weird that some of the charts can be, but we almost filled that gap that we had mentioned that was created from the DeepSeek sell-off. Mm-hmm. The low was 606.80, and yesterday we hit a high of 606.60. So we were just 20 cents away, and it was funny because as soon as we started getting really close to that, that's about the time when the tariff news came out and the markets rolled over. So almost filled that gap. Now this morning we're trading above that, so we have not, technically filled that gap. We have still, and we still have no price action there since that sell-off happened. So we're gapped above it. We still have that phantom zone there, so we should see some price action at the very least in that area. And we're not too far away from completely filling that to both sides. But one thing that I saw here in the pre-market was how the price action for the SPY was just mostly sideways around 608, and we're kind of coming off of that. So maybe there's a little bit of resistance there at 608.
Okay, see if we can take 608 off here. It's funny, the tariff announcement late in the day, I was actually cheerleading one of my positions. I try not to do this, but I was actually cheerleading one of my positions. Here we are. Here's the Nike chart. Remember, I'm still got a trailer on. This trade has been just a great win.
Oh yeah.
I started with a starter position on this candle right here. I missed my ad on the power candle because I was busy that day. I sold because I didn't have enough to really scale out. Saw it really kind of hold the 20-day, then rolled into some higher strike ones. Now those are printing. My trailer, I think it's up like almost 300% at this point. Yeah, my trailer is up 325%. I was actually on the offer yesterday, selling the remainder of those calls for $4. I paid 87 cents for them. And it was the ask was $3.95. Nike had been pushing all day. It looked like it was curling back up. Bam, we got that news. That thing sold off a little bit. So we'll see where this goes here today. But this Nike trade has been an absolute banger. Looking to exit to trailer here. Hopefully we get 80, but we'll see. Izzy, you wanted to take a look at BBAI?
With Nike, I mean, real
Sure.
quick before you move away from that, you it looks like, you probably will get 80 and maybe as high as 82, where the 200-day SMA is. And you don't have, RSI is still at 64, not too overbought, but getting pretty close. So a move up to that 80 to 82 area, that'll get you there. I think that's going to be a great spot to take your gains and say thank you very much, Nike.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get that today. Still got 21 days left on those options. Again, some of these shorter term trades recently have been great. That and the EA one really seems to be working, and that is offsetting the EIX trade that is not working. So we're in good shape.
Before you go to BBAI real quick, SLXN, that's moving over its VWAP now, still on low volume, but we're starting to get more of what we want to see in this stock. So just pointing that out there. BBAI, let's take a look at that.
All right, Big Bear AI, here we go. We had a pop yesterday. We're pretty much right up near this 430 area, and it looks like we're going to test that again here today, right out of the pre-market. No fresh news. The news was all from yesterday, but obviously it's holding those gains. Let's take a look at the daily chart and see if we can figure out some other levels here. We already did that. 450 looks to be one of these other breakout levels. I would say the levels that I have, just kind of looking at this right now, 430, 450 and 5 are going to be some of your upside targets here. 13, if we break all of those, we might need to call on you for a crazy level.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get up there with BBAI. I mean, could, but if we do, I'll absolutely disclose those crazy levels. But I have 480 actually marked off, and if you put that line there at 480 and go and zoom out so you can see all of 2024, I think it'll become clear why I like that level so much in this one. So yeah, there you go. There you go.
Boom.
There you go. That's why I like 480. So yeah, 480. That's the big level for me. And then of course you have that December 31st level that takes us all the way up to like 518. I think it was what it is, 520. So 480 and 520. Those are going to be the big levels for me. And then of course the number in the middle is what?
5.
Exactly.
Bingo. It's funny how it works like that. Okay, real quickly, Lion Atlas, good morning, boss. I think Amazon is going to work for us today. I do too. Looking forward to that. And I know Izzy will be on that too. Let's go on that. Let's see. And then another comment here. Wisdom, I love your cheerleading, Ryan. Yeah, Wisdom, I'll be honest, just full disclosure here. I cannot figure out why you are trying so hard to see me in tights. Well, whatever floats your boat, my man. I'm just glad that you're here this morning. Happy Friday, dude. Okay, let's go. We're out here having fun, but let's get back to some seriousness here. What other stocks do you folks want to take a look at here today? PTR. Did you mean Palantir? PLTR? Is that what you were meaning here? What do you think about? I think you mean Palantir for an earnings play next week. You know what, Tom? Should we ask Anne-Marie about that?
Oh, we're going to have several things to ask her.
Oh, yes, we are.
You have a couple of really big names to ask her about.
All right. So I'm going to add this to the list. Tom, please confirm that you meant Palantir. I guess I should just check. PTR. Is that a stock? I'm not familiar with it if it is. I don't think so. I think you meant Palantir.
Crim Biscuit flagging SGN.
Someone's ears were burning.
She's got us on in the background.
Always. Absolutely love it. Okay. 5 minutes till we open here. There anything you folks want to take a look at or check or go into?
You already talked about some of those earnings, right?
Yeah, I did. I covered Apple mostly. We can take another look at that if you have some thoughts on the spots or trading or the chart there. We also took a look at Intel. Yes, you confirming, Tom. I got you on Palantir. We also took a look at Intel. We took a look at Visa there as well with Mark. So I'm happy to go back to any of those. I think Apple is probably the one that people care about. Maybe I know Lion was asking, do we get to short this here today? Lion, good luck, bro. That's going to be on you. I'm certainly not shorting Apple. But here's your chart. What do you folks want?
Apple's right at a kind of an interesting level. I guess we can call this a 247. It might have some change after that, but 247 is a pretty interesting level because if you look what was happening in December, that level was support until we got that big move to the all-time highs in Apple, and then of course we sold off. But we're right back up here, and that we could be testing this level now as resistance, even though we've traded over it. That's why I'm not sure about the exact level. It might be like 247 and 30 cents or 50 cents, but it's a level that stands out to me on the chart. I'm sure you can see it too, right?
Yeah, sorry, I was answering a question here for work.
No problem. About how that was support turned resistance. Even on the way down, it
right in here, yeah.
It back tested it and it went
right
lower.
Here.
So that particular level, and I don't have the exact level, but it's somewhere in the 247 handle. There's a support turn resistance area that we're testing today. So that's going to be an interesting level to watch for.
Okay, good stuff there. Lion saying, Ryan, Apple did not announce any new product. It's just no innovation. Yeah, they wouldn't have done that in the earnings. One of the things that I covered earlier. And I'll just kind of reiterate this because Gene Munster also kind of commented on that. I'd be happy to give you those articles again if you want. The one thing that Apple did mention is that their install base is just absolutely incredible. Oh, we got another pop here on EA. Hope you folks took that trade. That is going to open up bigly green here today. We are excited about that. Anyway, back to Apple here. Really quickly, this is one of the things that Gene Munster had said earlier. Looking ahead, Munster expressed optimism about iPhone sales reaccelerating by June based on early adoption data in the US. He emphasized the strength of Apple's ecosystem, noting the 7% growth in the install base to 2.2 billion devices. So basically what he's saying is that Apple's install base is so big that the fact that that's kind of buoying them from the lack of innovation. And the other thing that he kind of cited here was regarding Apple Intelligence. He went on to say that they saw better upgrade rates of the iPhone in English-speaking regions, and they're attributing that to Apple Intelligence. So the thought here then is because the install base is just so gigantic, if you get any type of value add through Apple Intelligence or otherwise, the ramp here is going to be significant and it's going to be fast. And so I know that there's some ifs in there. We'll see what happens. The iPhone sale decline, all of the big red flags that we heard out of China, really not as bad as we thought, despite an 0.8% decline year over year in iPhone revenue. So and we were talking here in the chat, we were mentioning that there are still people on the iPhone 12, and this upgrade cycle is likely going to continue. So we'll see here on Apple. Like I've always, the one thing that I side with Kramer on, this is a stock that you should own, not trade. Long since 2014, and it has not done me wrong. So
a breakout move.
Okay, let me go over to the main workspace. We're actually about to open here, so might as well just get ready for the opening print. Here's your SGN move right above 450.
So that's what we were looking for. Now we're into this. We're trying to make our way through this consolidation area and all the price action from yesterday. Let's see, 10 seconds before we open. This thing is still trying to push up to 5. What are the other ones doing? Looks like CYCN also moving up. KIT and NLSP not doing the same. And we are open.
We are open. Let's go, folks. Let's go. SGN continuing to push here.
There's 5. And KIT not doing anything, spinning its wheels. NLSP starting to bubble up.
Bubble up. I like that.
Bubble up. Like percolating a little bit.
Ooh.
And cooling off.
And Tesla is ripping.
Is it now?
Actually, put Tesla on the screen here.
Back into that symmetrical triangle area. Trading between the 20-day and 50-day SMAs, just tightly in that range there.
Yeah, see, McClanahan saying, I still have the iPhone 13 with the iOS 15. Does really seem like there's still a good amount of upgrades that can still happen. Would imagine that would be huge for Apple.
TDTH might break down here. Not looking good, and there's a sell order that's pushing down, eating up all the bids. Be careful here with TDTH. Not liking the way this looks. Might come back later, maybe once it gets under 150. You might see some bottoming, and maybe it could turn around then. But I wouldn't be jumping into this right now.
TDTH looks like we are still hunting a bottom there for sure. Izzy mentioning Amazon. Let's go. God, we did. Thank gosh we were patient on this one. Remember, the market is a mechanism to move money from the impatient to the patient. Be in that patient bucket. We were with Amazon. We've got one on our hands here. Giddy up, Izzy. What's your sell target here? I was looking for 240 earlier, but if we get a little bit more of a run, maybe we can let that go.
And NLSP trying to push up. 341 is the pre-market high, and it's getting a little bit of a pull now. But yeah, to your point, Brian, stay patient and you'll be one.
That's right. That's another one of the shirts that we got to get rolling here. Also want to mention EA, folks. Boom, boom, boom. How many stock of the day picks is Mark Petrino going to give us?
Yeah, I agree.
I have no upper boundary on that question.
I agree, Smoke Tuna. TDTH needs more time. I want to see it bottom where it was bottoming yesterday. That would be a better area for me to make a consideration to go along. Not that I will, but I would wait. All right, NLSP. You're going to get. Looks like it's trying to get up to that 341. Wants to take out the highs, so that's kind of what I'm just waiting for to have happen here. But running into a little bit of resistance around 325.
You might watch that breakout there, that 326. I'll actually cue this one up in my broker here.
We go. Now we're moving.
And it just happened too fast. GG. No way. It's not your fault. it's no one's fault. Look, that's another thing. So I was literally queuing up NLSP to trade in my order entry in my broker here. It went through the look. It is no one's fault but your own if you miss or make a bad trade. Don't forget that. Do not forget that.
Wisdom, if we do that, we're going to have to, get some film, a film made, and
there's no films being made of tights and leather. What on earth got into you folks here this morning? Wisdom.
I don't know. I may have put something in my coffee. But anyway, so here's
LSP big pull right through the VWAP there. Boy, you had to be quick on that breakout.
You had a little bit of time, but yeah, I agree. You needed to be out of that on that move up to towards 341.
Izzy out Amazon.
All right.
Ring that register awesome trade there. I'm going to let this one push. I kind of went a little small on that. I'm going to let that one push a little.
ORKT getting mentioned by Smoke Tuna. Cyril saying UMAC pumping. And he's Smoke Tuna is also mentioning OPTT. That seems to be getting some attention. I was talking about that earlier as well. With OPTT, I'm not liking the way this looks. This looks a little bearish to me. It's just went right down to VWAP. If we lose VWAP here, I think this is okay. There it goes. I think this goes slower. I say it looks bearish, and it goes all right. Bet. So it's selling off right now. 68.5 cents looks like there's some support right there, but. Yeah, OPTT. This looks like we're going to be coming in some more.
And NLSP also taking another leg down here. That one looking concerning as well. All right, Steve here. Benzinga men in tights. Gary Frost. Ryan can be Elf 2 in those tights. Guys, I don't know what got into you on a Freaky Friday here today, but we out here having a good time nonetheless. Lion, yes. Long and strong on Amazon. Lion, let's go.
Oh, and
let's go.
CA4 has been mentioning that Tesla is ripping, much like those tights that you'd be squeezing into.
Oh, jeez. This is going to be an all-day thing, isn't it? This is going to be an all-day thing. Anne-Marie,
yeah.
I hope that this conversation resolves of its own momentum by the time you and I go on. Otherwise, it might be a odd Friday here for us.
SGN, it sold out. It popped and sold out of the gate after hitting 504. Now it seems it's found some support, trying to recapture VWAP right now. So we'll see what we get out of SGN if it can.
Interestingly enough, Apple, despite being strong here in the pre-market, this first move here is a pull. Let's take a look and see where it's at. If it holds 244, I do think this might be kind of a reversal spot here, intraday reversal spot. The volume, not crazy on this. This, to me, smells of profit takers. I wouldn't put too much into this. Let's see what happens here. 244 on Apple, ticker AAPL.
Oh, Rocket had $2 of Starbucks already, or 2 cups of Starbucks already. So he's ready to go.
There you go. Rocking it up. NLSP trying to put in a reversal candle here. Trying to reverse here. Watch if this retakes 3. Let me go to the 5-minute and see. Yeah, okay. So basically no level here, just kind of loosely bouncing off of this trend, I suppose.
All right.
See if this can recapture the VWAP at 296. Sorry, what was that?
No, I'm just in line. I'll calm it down. My jokes are distracting.
Hey, you know what, though? At least you're honest, Lion. Can you please calm down? I cannot concentrate on my trading. That is someone that means business here today.
You mentioned on CYCN, that is actually making a move up here, looking for that high that we made. And it's not the pre-market high. This is an after-hours high. Oh, no, this is a pre-market high, 397, just at the open of the pre-market. That's what we're looking for here. But I think maybe it might find some resistance at 367 before we get there first. So a couple of levels there for you on the way up for CYCN, 367 and 397.
Okay. NLSP so far rejected at the view up. And just as I started talking about it, took it out here. I actually have on my broker, I have the VWAP slightly higher here at 301. Looks like it's trying to get above that here. NLSP. Let's see if that volume really starts to ramp a little bit. Team, they reported earnings yesterday. This is Atlassian. They do Jira and some of those other software applications here. Nice pop on Atlassian here, up 18%. Boy, I tell you what, those software names have really been doing it. They've been outpacing the hardware names quite a bit. We'll see here TEAM was trying to hold on to that 65 EMA on the 5-minute. Looks like it just gave it up there. We'll wait for this selling volume to really kind of shake out there. NLSP yet again rejected at that 301 VWAP. That's going to need to get above that for that to go higher as well.
TDTH getting mentioned by Smoke Tuna. That finally found some support at 151. So just above where I was looking for it to get some support. But it's turning around right now, making its way up to the 65 EMA, which I currently have at about 175.
Okay, Kit, this is actually looking pretty interesting, too. This did a really good job holding that 215. We've reversed pretty good. We're actually shy of the VWAP, but if this thing can get above 230, Kit might go here. Volume also looking pretty good here. John mentioning that ONDS up today. We'll take that. This has really kind of been puking some people out on the backside of the move. I didn't see any news here this morning. We didn't get any print. Did we? Nope. Nice to have nice little 5% day. You can see we've been in a downtrend here the last couple of days. I'd like to see this maybe kind of hold in there and trade higher. That'd be awesome.
Looking like NVIDIA still a little weak here today. I'm not exactly sure how to take this this White House news. The visit. Is he there to get praises from Trump? Is he there to bend the knee? Is he going to get told you can't sell anything to China? I mean, what's he going to say there?
Well, someone in the chat brought up a really good point earlier. Baron Trump is apparently a gamer, so maybe he's trying to get his hands on a new 5090 or two. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm joking there.
That's just an insane flex to have the CEO of NVIDIA come personally deliver a graphics card to your gamer kid. That's that
would be something. That would be something.
Oh wow, SLXN, great mention there, Crow. This is really taken off now. So we're looking for that 250. That's where it was getting resistance earlier in the pre-market here. That is the pre-market high as well. So making its way up there. I think the next visit to 250, volume provided, we could see a breakout over that level.
Okay. Producer just in the back here having a laugh riot. Producer. Okay. CYCN, this is also trading up here. This is looking pretty good. NLSP, that's starting to dive now. Watch that on the support level from that pull candle. NLSP. Had to be quick. Here's the trend line too. Looks like we're snapping that. Oh, we're trying to hold it.
Yeah, and CYCN still going, but it's starting to put in some upper shadows. So next 5-10 minutes will tell us if this is going to be going higher or if it's going to start to roll over on those VWAP. SLXN still kind of holding up here. Could be the beginning of a pennant or a flag that it's trying to form here, but we are still looking for 250 in that one. KIT above VWAP now. It's still not really getting a whole lot of volume after being above VWAP, so not sure what. Okay, well now it just lost it. That volume that needs to be better if we're going to get back up here with KIT, but it's right back into the consolidation it was at pre-market. SGN had a pop up to 504, lost VWAP, and it came down to the support area from the pre-market where the highs from these 7:30 and 8 o'clock, where those peaks were. That's where the support is right now. That's where the price is reversing. Let's see if it can recapture VWAP. TDTH continuing to go here up through the VWAP. Already made it through the 65 EMA. It's beelining for the 200 EMA on the 5-minute, where it has been getting resisted. Is getting a lot of resistance there on that 200 EMA all morning. So this is going to be, I think that 200 EMA at 196 is going to be the level to watch for. We're going to break through there. We're going to get rejected. I can already see from the price ladder here, there's a large wall of sellers at $2. So keep that in mind as we see this try to test that 200 EMA.
I'll tell you what, this TDTH, this was a really good mention. When we first started talking about this, I was kind of unsure if this one was going to work here. This is really good volume to see right out of the open here. Some nice price action. I've got it at my VWAP at 189, but it does look like it's trying to push through there.
And we just needed to be patient with this one. We were,
yep.
One other gentleman, I forgot exactly who it was, but I think it was either Smoked Tuna or I'm sorry, or Fairchild. It might have been somebody, but I'm sorry if I can't remember the exact person who it was, but they were saying it's not time. It's got to wait a little bit. I was right there with them. Just kind of wait this thing out. And now you're being rewarded for your patience if you were patient.
Looks like Ford puts getting bought into this move higher right out of the open, seeing repeat transactions there. They're about 50 to 100K per trade, but there's several of them.
Can you mention for Apple?
I'm seeing Apple calls getting bought into the pull here. Actually, there's some puts too. Maybe there's not a whole lot I can discern from that.
So far, that area that we identified as being a resistance, because it was support and resistance, is still behaving as resistance. But it's sending the Apple down to the 50-day SMA, where for the past few days, it's been having a hard time trying to get over and close above it. So now that 50-day SMA is going to have to be viewed as support. And I have that at 240 and 36 cents right now.
Okay.
Yes, Smoked Tuna. That's right. You were the one. Sorry, I couldn't remember. Looks like SGN just had a bid come in, but it got eaten up. Just kind of a feeling that it's trying to reverse here, but if it's going to have those bids eaten up, this thing could just knife right to the 65 EMA. So be careful with that SGN. Remember, this is the one that
signing day sports. That's a super low float one,
and it has no money, and the balance sheet is dog shit. Sorry for the foul language, but that's my view. That's my view on their balance sheet.
All good. All good. We're not going to hold that against you here.
All right.
Hold that against you.
CYCN did the thing. 415 is the new high of the day, and it broke the pre-market high. Congratulations, everybody that was in that one. You nailed it.
Okay, so does anyone want to see the producer's best work?
Of course. Hey, there I am. Gosh,
I don't know what to make
I'm
of
Will
this.
Scarlett, aren't I? No, I'm not. Who is that guy?
I'm not entirely sure what to make of this. I just hope that y'all folks get a laugh out of it. Our producer's out here doing work. This is what we do here, right? There's never a dull moment. Never a dull moment around the BZ crew. That's for sure.
I gotta, give it up to how quickly he came up with that. So.
Like I said, producers got fast fingers in more ways than one. NLSP, you guys, that was actually a pretty good mention here. NLSP just got sold. It was literally looking like it was trying to curl here, and it just got sold. Chris mentioning LAES, ripping here to the upside on LEAS. Awesome. We didn't have news on this one here today. Yeah, we did. I beg your pardon. Post-quantum cryptography root key at the New York Quantum Day and NASDAQ closing bell ceremony for February 11th. 3.5% here so far, LAES. This has been a good trader for us. This is continuing to rip.
Put that one on my radar here.
Oh, good times. Good times. Here is your TDTH, by the way. That looks like that was rejected so far at the VWAP. That might build and go higher here. CYCN above 4. That also trying to go higher here. And NLSP, it's trying to hold in, but gosh, I don't feel great about this.
Yeah, and LAES, I think we may come up to some resistance around 340. If you look at the pre-market price action from yesterday, that looks like it could be a resistance area right around there. So let's mark that off. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but I think it will be.
Okay. Another stock that we really didn't talk about. We didn't really talk about the news here, but this was notable. VRTX here. This is Vertex Pharmaceuticals. This is up 6% today. And look at this. We did a really good job trading this off of the 500 day. I took some short dated calls and was able to trade this bounce. It was quite nice. The longer move, though, absolutely awesome. Not only did we hold the 500 day, we closed the gap up to this, 448 area. We took out the 50 day after testing it. We just took out the 200 day today. What's going on here? Vertex Pharmaceutical shares trading higher after the company announced it secured an FDA approval for Journevax, also, which is a non-addictive painkiller to replace some of those opioids. Also, the company announced a reimbursement agreement with the NHS England for eligible sickle cell disease patients to access another one of its drugs. So VRTX here, I think this is like the first pain drug in 20 plus years or something like that. It has non-addictive properties for it. First in-class treatment for adults with moderate to severe acute pain. FDA approval on that. VRTX, really, really good day here today. Wish I had a position in it today.
LAES put a high of 243 in just now, and it's coming back in. So that area I was mentioning, it went a few cents higher, but that area is still looking like it's some pretty robust resistance there. So this should start coming in. Maybe the next visit up there could break through, but that's not going to happen until later.
Okay. Nick mentioning FTAI. That is a lion favorite here. I unfortunately didn't make anything off that one. I had to kick those calls out. Here is the FTAI. Remember, this had a short report. That really kind of sank it. We just reclaimed 100 here. So we had low prints down here in a 70 handle. We've reclaimed 100. Do have that 200 day at 117. I do think that's the next one, or that's the next upside target here. I beg your pardon. Nick saying watching FTAI for a full recovery by April. So Nick, it looks like you think we're going to go 160 plus here, maybe even 170 by April. That puts us out here. That would be a pretty sweet move if it got that.
That looks like it's going to go lower before it goes higher.
FTAI does. I could see it filling the gap here to 111 and then maybe resuming some downside.
It just looks like a bear flag to me. All right. Looks like SGN is trying to come back, but it's got some work ahead of it before it's going to end up doing that. Big wall at 442 is what, not 442, but 440 also.
Amazon, baby. Amazon 239.51. We are 50 cents away from closing this trade. And let me tell you something. Patience has paid. Izzy, there you go. I opened this trade on the day that you weren't here. I'm glad you're here to see it get closed. Actually, you know what? Knock on wood. I don't want to make an early call. I'll let you know when it fills. Boop. And you re-entered 238. Good morning, Mike. Great to see you here on a Friday. SGN trying to recapture its VWAP here at the wisdom level of 420.
Yeah, but I am a little concerned about it trying to get back up there because all those levels that it was looking at as support are now resistance, including the VWAP. And now we're starting to get a little bit more of a pull here. If this does continue to sell off, then 360 is where I think that we're going to see the next area of support.
NLSP retook the trend line that we were just talking about. Now it still needs to retake VWAP to really show some strength. This could evaporate quickly. The volume, not what we want to see. Continually compressing volume here, and it started off with a lot of selling volume. If that turns over to buying volume, maybe the story will be different. Just be careful here. NLSP still on that trend line that we identified. CYCN putting in some upper shadows above that 4 level here. Were you saying that you think that this one might turn around a little bit? Maybe I'm confusing that with a different ticker. I apologize if that's the case.
No, I don't think it was this one. This one is
okay.
Beyond the pre-market high. So this one's looking pretty good, but we do have some seller. Well, just took one out there. Next one is coming up to it at 430. That's the next wall to take out. Let me look at the daily chart, see if I can find anything here. Okay, so yeah, 430. That's definitely a level. We just have a bunch of consolidation from December on its way down after it had that pop. So I'm not exactly sure what level stands out the most. Let me see what else I can find here. Maybe 525. That's $1 away from here. And then 460. I would say those two levels probably stand out the most to me. 460 and 525. Those are upside levels for CYCN.
A red wire here breaking above the 2450 level. I think we talked about this recently. This stock has just been an absolute monster. The nuts and bolts of the space trade here continuing to trade higher. 25 plus here on RDW. Also NLSP, which we were just taking a look at. Maybe finally we have the death knell. Maybe I have to spell it right, dummy. Come on. NLSP. There you go. So we're still beneath the trend line. This thing looks like it might try to break lower here.
Yeah.
NLSP, by the way, Smoke Tuna, you had called this very early that this might be done. It looks like you might be spot on there. You might be spot on there, dude. So good stuff on that call. That's for sure. Yes. Lion saying, Ryan, Amazon earnings next week. Just to be clear on the trading thought here, the stock that we're trading, the actual equity itself, not holding it through earnings. Now, do we put on in a trade here for earnings? I probably tend to use options to define my risk ahead of that trade if we end up doing that. But to be very, very clear about the current plan that we're in, and hopefully we're able to close here in the next 40 cents, looking to actually close this prior to that earnings print line. But for myself, for myself, I know that you're in this trade too. You might have a different plan. Giddy up, but I am definitely looking to close this here in short order. How's Tesla doing? We talked about that ripping earlier. Sorry for running you over there, but I just wanted to see Tesla. Okay, plus 2.8% here. Tesla's struggling with yesterday's intraday high, which was also the high after earnings. Watch this level. If this breaks here, Tesla might go on a run.
ASTS ripping, says Steve.
Yes, sir. And really good volume, too. ASTS news here, trading higher after the company announced the FCC granted the company special temporary authority authorizing testing services in the U.S. That is ASTS, ASTIS.
All right. Looks like LAES still having a hard time with that 340 area, but it keeps pushing slightly higher. So,
new poll is out by the producer here. Is Tim Apple cooked? Well done, producer, on that title there. But please vote in our poll. And then also, as we were mentioning, we do have the earnings calendar here for next week. So if you want to get ready here for next week, the first earnings report that we're probably going to talk about is going to be Tyson, which reports earnings Monday morning prior to the open. You got to be positioned for that today if you're going to trade that. And then, of course, Palantir is going to be on Monday evening. I guess you could throw NXPI in there as well. The big reports here this week, Google and AMD on Tuesday after the close, ARM, Ford, Qualcomm on Wednesday, Amazon, Affirm. We kind of want to see that on Thursday. So a couple of the notable morning prints there. You've got UBS, Merck, Pepsi, and Disney in the morning on Tuesday and Wednesday. Uber also in there, Izzy. I know that you trade Uber a lot. Would love to hear if you have a thought on that print Wednesday morning prior to the open. All right, SGN here. This came back in beneath its VWAP.
not great.
Apple's continuing to pull. So we talked a little bit with Mark Petrino about potential sell the news events. It looks like that's what we're getting here.
OPTT finding some support from the 65 EMA. It may try to push back up to 70, maybe slightly higher than that, but I'm not sure that it's going to recapture VWAP. This may just be a back test of the neckline with this head and shoulders that we have here on the 5-minute.
Steve saying, I wonder if the culling and bird flu will affect Tyson earnings in a big way. I would imagine that would impact it. Now, I don't have any line on whether or not that, you know what, maybe I can reach out though. Maybe I can do something here. Let me try something, Steve.
That may have some of that news already baked in, because the avian flu has been something that has been affecting the price action of Tyson for a while now. So unless there's some kind of new outbreak, I don't know that there's going to be a significant, huge move on avian bird flu news, unless it becomes more of like, pandemic levels, or gets that worry going. SGN is looking good. That turning around finally. Looking like it's trying to get at least back up to VWAP. That VWAP area is resistance, though, because that was where we were getting resisted in the pre-market before that pop, just before the open.
Okay, reached out to my network. I'll see if I can get you anything on that, Steve, before the end of the show here. No promises, but I'm trying. I'm trying for you.
Looks like CYCN is coming in, looking for a support at VWAP. And it looks like SPY is trying to push back up towards 608. Seems like it still might end up getting some resistance at 608. So we'll see if that's what happens, but that's what it looks like.
How's TEM doing? Not team, but TEM. That's that Tempest AI name. Okay, that rolled over here to yesterday's highs, but it's holding. This actually might be a decent setup. Kit pulled, NLSP pulled. Astis is still pumping towards the highs. Pamping. I'm sorry, you guys like to use that.
Pamping.
That's what they have been. Maybe that's a Reddit thing. I don't know. I'm the boomer, remember?
Yeah. All right, so SGN, that was just a pop up to VWAP. Looks like this is rolling over again.
EA on the scanner now. Absolutely love that. I'm gonna step away for just 1 sec here. I'll be right back.
No problem. And Maverick's mentioning Rigetti, RGTI. How's that moving today? That's up almost 10%. Is there any news? It doesn't look like there's any news, but it's probably moving in relation to some of these other ones. But I saw that there was a mention of QUBT and QBTS earlier, so looks like speculation is coming back on here. He sold Pampet. Yep. Another Hunger Game variable. Arden mentioning ARM, ALAB, TSM were the semis to play after the deep sync. I got it. Deep sync crash. Tem, J. Rice says it was a lot higher pre-market, sold some at 61. All right, and is CYCN coming back up, trying to take out 450 now? Is that what we're going to get with this one? I'll have to wait and see. Kit looks like it's getting some support around $2. Try to turn around. Let's see if we get some follow through. Need to recapture that 200 EMA. Yeah.
All right. Sorry about that.
Yeah. You want to address what Wisdom is saying?
Probably not. Famous Ryan quote, "I'm a boomer. This is said looking into a mirror wearing Lulu." I don't have any Lululemon on today. FYI. By the way, speaking of that, the best commercial on television right now is the one where the older guy is trying to say all of the buzzwords to his kids, and his kids are getting extremely upset with him, saying something like, "Don't be a boomer. This is bussin'," and he says, I can't imitate the commercial, but man, I hate commercials with like a passion, like a deep, fiery passion. But this commercial actually makes me laugh.
Yeah, I'll watch commercials during the Super Bowl. They're the best.
I am looking forward to the Super Bowl. It is going to be a Philadelphia-themed food day for that. Cheesesteaks.
When you stepped up and went away for a minute, Rigetti was already moving, and it's still going now.
Now, Rigetti, we did have a story here earlier on Rigetti, by the way. BlackRock, Bitcoin backer BlackRock boosted exposure to Rigetti stock right before its jaw-dropping 1,400% surge in quantum computing hype. Let me go ahead and give you that actual link there. This was actually not one that I was aware of until I read this article here today. Let me throw that in the chat for you here. So I tell you what, we've talked a lot about Rigetti being one of the outperformers of the quantum names that we've seen. Now knowing that BlackRock was involved in this, I'm entirely unsurprised. Producer asking, is mommy a finance bro? No, that's not the one that I'm referring to, although that one's kind of funny. I'll see if I can find it. It's this dopey looking guy cooking pancakes for his kids in the morning.
Big level with Rigetti here, 370. It's got a lot of sellers.
1370.
I'm sorry, 1370. You're right. Yeah, it's looking like this. Unless they break through this is where it's going to turn around here for the time being.
Right.
Looks like CYCN is losing its VWAP. NLSP trying to find some support. Kit trying to do the same. Might have another test of 2 here. SGN sideways. LAES might be rolling over. OPTT. This is now starting to recapture VWAP. This could get going here unless this is just a test of the neckline like I was mentioning earlier. Rigetti eating that seller, trying to push up.
Asta still trying to take off past its highs there. CLEU, I don't even know if I want to mention that one. God, we can't even see anything on this chart. Yeah, forget it. CLEU's on the scanner. I'm not even going to go back to it. Forget that. Jay Blue, nice little pop here. I don't think Stay Focused is with us here today, but shout out to him because one of the things that he had talked about recently on ticker JBLU, JetBlue Airways, the 200 day, we had talked about this being a potential area, a decent area for a trade here. And one of the things that I had said after he mentioned that was, hey, if we break this and recapture it, it could be pretty good. Well, look what happened. Recapture that 200 day, push up to the 500 day, or excuse me, the 50 day now. Watch this one because this trade might not be over. We take out the high of this candle, 698. You're in a gap all the way up to $8. JBLU.
Getting a mention about CRDO being up 13%. Let me see. So that's had a pretty good amount of green candles today. Doesn't look like it's got the greatest volume. What's this moving up on? I don't see any news. But it's on.
I own some CL. If you own it, good luck. It's just that stock fell 90-something%. China liberal education. Not thrilled with it. Not thrilled with it.
All right.
Joe, love this. Love hearing comments like this. I will always support this. Sarah Sassy saying, I find that if you use Benzinga after hours to find the movers with low float and high volume with 20 to 35% move up with news usually makes me money before the open the next day. And one of the things that you can very easily use to accomplish that is the movers tool, which will allow you to scan it in the after hours, as well as specifying different float and volume filters. And you can very easily review the news. Sarah, this is a really good mention here. Good stuff.
All right.
NLSP, I think that's just kind of hanging out. I don't think there's anything great there.
Yeah. Rigetti's still putting in highs, but it's the volume's starting to wane a bit here. Same thing with LAES, still putting in highs, but seeing lighter volume come in.
Okay, NVIDIA ripping to the highs here. Remember, this is that post White House visit for Jensen, the CEO. NASDAQ also up 1.3% here. SPY also curling up here. So really good breadth across the entire market. SPY, Dow, Qs, Russell, all in the green. Only the New York Stock Exchange is in the red and barely. So pretty good day on our hands here before the weekend. Anyone think we set a new all-time high here today on the SPY?
I'm not going to make any guesses with that.
Okay, all-time high would be 610.78. We're currently at 608.64.
Oh, and SPY. I thought you meant NVIDIA.
SPY.
Maybe today. Well, we just blasted through 608. Why not? Why not?
It's got to keep pumping to the highs there. I will say that the volume is not great here yet. Here's your Tesla chart, by the way. That looks like the defense of the 50-day moving average is intact now. Higher we go. I would say your next level here on Tesla, 440. That seems reasonable. 440, maybe even by mid-February.
And you know those tariffs are taking place over the weekend, right?
Yeah, I'm yes. So I had mentioned that earlier. Let's be clear though. It is the threat of tariffs to go on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
It is worth mentioning. It's possible that some type of negotiation is reached between now and then, and the market is telling you right here it gives absolutely zero damns about those tariffs.
It's saying that now.
Yep.
I agree. It might not be saying it later.
Agreed.
Because the market might go, oh shit, he actually went through with it. That's part
Year
of
the snake, baby. Year of the snake.
Year of the snake, exactly.
I don't know what else to tell you. Producer, I think that you got that poll up there. Let me go vote in that poll that you put up there.
We're getting asked about PMNT.
You want me to put that on the screen here real quick? And they also want to take a look at TSSI.
It's a trap.
If someone's going to say it's a trap in the chat, you're going to get the soundbite. There's just no way around it. There's just no way around it.
I don't. Let's see. Let me see if I can get the float read on PMNT because right now I don't see one. 10.5 million, and it's halted to the upside. Here. Let's see what I can give you as far as levels. I mean, I see the 200 EMA at 176, so that's a pretty standout level. You also have the high from December 7th, or I'm sorry, 9th, which was 160. So I would just go with those first, those two first, 160 and 176. See what you got can do with those. All right, CYCN. This looks like we are going to try and blast off after recapturing the VWAP. Might get going here. This looks like it could be a resolution of a bull pennant.
This is definitely one to keep on your watch list. This has made several pullbacks to the VWAP, and it has continued to bounce from there. So it looks like that's setting up for another one.
Yep, here we go. It's really starting to get some movement here. It needs to take out that 430. It's chewing at it.
Indeed. TSSI that you were mentioning here, I know this is initially the Ryan play, but Progressive G looks like you're on this one. Let's watch for a recapture. I would like to see the volume a little bit higher, but maybe this grinds in the afternoon. TSSI, we didn't have anything fresh on this one, right? Nope, nothing fresh, but plus 6.5% here.
Yeah, Steve, I like that idea. That would make a lot of sense to me. And we're probably just seeing, all the bullishness in the morning here, but you could be right about that. I would not put that past you, and that would actually, I think, be much better for the market. So CYCN still trying to work its way higher. Still above VWAP, though. A lot of sellers up here in the mid-4s. Smoke Tuna mentioning TDTH.
Oh, this was such a good one. I had this one written off when we first talked about it, and it has been great today.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know what? My phone's about to die. Let me grab my phone charger real quick.
Just made its way over VWAP. The first two tries it tried to get over VWAP. It was rejected. That was earlier this morning after the open. Here we are with the second attempt, actually succeeding in getting over the VWAP. Now we need to close above it. We still have 4 minutes left in this 5-minute candle, though. Well, Jonathan, I think gold is running because there's this concern that inflation is going to come back. So I think that's just the hedge against that fear. Trump tariffs probably likely the big culprit of that fear, but that's likely why it's moving up. Looks like Rigetti is trying to break into the 14 handle here.
Okay, so Steve, you had asked about Tyson earlier here. I was able to get a response. So before I forget here, this is, we'll just call it somebody that has a pretty good understanding of Tyson and their business and actually lives in the area. I don't believe the Tyson farms were hit in Georgia, but I don't really know for sure. The entire business is under pressure. Beef will be a challenge the entire year. Prepared foods is a dumpster fire, and chicken is one more bird flu case away from a serious problem. It's already decimated egg laying production, turkey production, and it's starting to hit chicken operations. So there you go.
Yeah. So it should be pretty priced in. Like a lot of that, because this has been an ongoing thing.
Yep.
TDTH, this is looking to go to 192. That was the intraday high. Making our way up now.
Aaron saying Netflix to 1,000. I think that's spot on here. Netflix only up 1% here. We're 16 points away from 1,000. This thing has been an absolute beast, just an absolute beast. And I mean, it feels like ages ago that we watched that Tyson Paul fight with all of that buffering and crap. Look at how Netflix has just been ridiculous since then.
CYCN, I think we're about to get this big move up through maybe even 450. It's trying to get over 430 and 440 where these sellers are, but that battle is ongoing right now. Still trying to get up to 450 and take it out. Well, it just pulled right back down to VWAP.
Sure did. Kit's trying to bounce. That volume doesn't look great, though. That's continuing to contract here. SGN, good news here. We haven't broken down. Now we're beneath the VWAP. Let's see if we can move above it, but we haven't broken down here.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't quite get my fill on that Amazon. That's a bummer. It's actually come back in a little bit. But you know what? I'm going to give this all day here. I do have stops raised here, by the way. So stops here are going to be at 237.90. Really hope it doesn't dip there, but we're going to make sure we cannot lose on this trade.
Crow mentioning SLXN. This is trying to come back up. Yeah, trying to come up to. Well, it's trying to get back to the intra-session highs, but the remember 250 is the one we want to see get taken out. Looks like Kit might be trying to. I don't know about Kit. I do not know. It looks like it's trying to turn around, but I just don't know about it. The volume is not great. And LSP is still trying to recover some of these EMAs. Still has VWAP above it.
Carmen, with an interesting thought here. Carmen, I love stuff like this. Who sells baby chick and all the baby chicks, the chickens, guys, and all of the hardware to raise them in the backyard? Somehow I think we're going to see an explosion of backyard chickens. Honestly, Carmen, this is not terrible. I got to say TSCO, right? Tractor Supply. I think if you think that's a theme, Tractor Supply likely has all of these, don't they?
Yeah, I could even put Lowe's and Home Depot on there.
Is that region specific? I mean, my Lowe's and Home Depot. I guess you could kind of just make that generally.
Yeah. If you're going to build a pen, that's where you go to buy it.
Yeah, stuff. You're right. You're right. You're right on that. I would say there you go. HD, Lowe's, TSCO. This would be a place to start, Carmen. That's a good thought too, because that's one thing that's happening. That's going to where the puck is going, not to where the puck is. I like that. Fairchild, no Roosters. Fairchild has switched his avatar from Packers to the Brewers. Fairchild, you are just going to troll me year round, it sounds like.
Yeah. Tractor Supply, probably the number one play. Yeah, that's a really good idea. Really good idea. We'll have to bring that one to happy hour on Monday.
Yeah.
All right,
Kevin, good morning. Good to see you. OpenAI reportedly to launch new O3 mini model today in response to DeepSeek. Kevin, this is a really good mention here. We talked about this. I shared earlier this week, I shared the direct tweet from Sam Altman where he literally told you, we'll bring some stuff out. I like this. I feel okay about this. We'll bring some stuff out. Now it looks like we're getting that headline. This should have been expected, frankly.
And then after that comes out, how long until there's another Chinese company that comes out saying, we have one that's even better? And we go through this tit for tat all the way until the bubble bursts. That's kind of what we're getting right now. Just a little bit back and forth, because you had we already had OpenAI, then you had DeepSeek, and now you have Baba's model, and now OpenAI is coming out with a new one that's better than all those. So how long does this tit for tat go?
This is gonna continue. We actually had our AI programmer on happy hour last night. He said he expects this race to continue. I don't think that DeepSeek kind of ended it. There's going to be more. We should expect this to continue.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense there. Good stuff, Kevin. What was I just going to? Baba. Charles, I know you've been asking about Baba here. Didn't really have a whole lot to talk about. Baba, of course, in the news recently for releasing their own AI model. This is really what popped them. That was back here. That was Tuesday in the afternoon. Done a pretty good job holding higher here. I guess it's rolling over a little, down 2.2% here today. One thing to keep in mind, we're still in the Chinese Lunar New Year, right? So some of these Chinese stocks are probably going to have lower volume than they normally would, given that holiday.
Yeah. Looks like LAES is trying to stay higher or go higher. I had a poll about 10, 15 minutes ago, but it's trying to chew through all that selling. Rigetti hit 14. What's up?
I'm just seeing a tweet here that the crypto Bitcoin Fear and Greed Index has a reading of 76, which is technically in the extreme greed category. Yesterday it was greed, last week it was greed, and last month it was greed. Now we're extreme greed. So if you follow that Fear and Greed Index on Bitcoin, new reading there today.
Oh, guys, everything you're saying about DeepSeek, I agree with. This is. Well, I guess we can just call it like a nothing burger. It wasn't really a nothing burger, but when you take a look under the hood, it's kind of nothing.
Progressive G saying DeepSeek is overhyped, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It does kind of seem like that. And the market kind of told you that they're able to stomach that, right? We've been straight up since that announcement. In fact, the market bottomed in pre-market on Monday. It's continued to trade up since then.
You just find out that the more and more you look at it, that the heavy lifting was not done by DeepSeek whatsoever, done by OpenAI and other companies.
Yep. Charles, just to kind of get back here, close the book on Baba. It did reverse here at this 104, which is unfortunate, right? Because you do have this gap in here that we're trying to look to fill up to about 107 and a half. I think today's pullback is nothing really. I mean, look at the RSI. We're in overbought territory. Maybe if this comes back in here and holds 97, maybe let's call it 95 to 97. That might be an area where you might be able to add to this if it goes higher. We're looking for that breakout. I don't really see anything going on here. And I think that you might get more action here when the Chinese New Year finishes.
Rigetti's still pushing higher into the 14s.
That should surprise pretty much nobody, frankly.
You know, you could even make a case.
Oh my God, look at this chart. Oh, we traded the wrong stock today. Well, I did.
It might not be too late, but I'm just looking at the daily chart here and thinking, you know, if this continues to get this kind of volume, it may fill the gap up to 1755. Would have to break over that resistance area we got on the 24th of this month. That high was 1620, but after that, we have a gap fill.
Playboy Group ripping here. There was news recently that Playboy was going to be back on the shelves in February. So did I get that right? Yes, Playboy magazine to return to newsstands in February of 2025.
Why did they come off newsstands? I mean, I have my suspicions, but why?
So do I. I'll keep them to myself.
Okay.
SGN here. SGN, we did move through the VWAP. It looks like we're trying to break higher here. 441, 450. Did you have 480 as a spot there too? I feel like when we talked about that earlier.
I honestly don't remember. Maybe, but
I think we talked about. I think you said something like 480 and 520, and then you said what numbers right in the middle there, and it was 5, and that was one of the levels that I had.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was this one or not, but I do remember saying that.
It's starting to go. Volume's starting to pick up here. SGN.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was this one or not, but it's certainly getting going here.
Guys are mentioning BBAI. I do not see it on the relative volume scanner there.
Well, SGN just popped right to VWAP and then turn around. And Rigetti, 1425 now.
BBAI looking like it's trying to do some new highs here. Michael here saying, I think DeepSeek efficiency just caused a healthy correction for NVIDIA. It's still in a nice channel. I kind of think the same thing, Michael. And I think it was probably good for the entire AI sector, if you will. BBAI new highs here now as it does break that formation to the upside. That's still got some juice.
Carmen, I'd say both, but more so oil, because I've been seeing about how if we do enact tariffs on Canada, that we're going to have to start buying oil from somewhere else. I believe it was some South American country that I can't remember right now. I mentioned 480 yesterday on BBAI, and that must have been it. Here we are with Rigetti still pushing into new highs now. Maybe it just might be worth to put something small on and just see what it does. Because I mean, we could still get that gap fill that I was pointing out earlier, but not maybe don't buy as it's rallying to new highs. Wait for a pullback. TDTH, that thing got to 215, came back in, but it's above VWAP now.
TDTH, boy, I don't see that on my scanner either.
That was the first one we talked about.
No, I know. I just don't see it on here, and I'm surprised.
Because the volume.
Oh, because it pulled. No, it's because it pulled back.
Oh, okay.
Okay, what else we got here? Amazon's still hanging in there. Good. Izzy, another register ring for you. Really good sale on that Amazon push out of the gate here. Did not quite get to my level. Don't think it's over yet, but good job closing that early.
LAES, new highs again. It's really, I mean, if you look at the daily chart, LAES has a really nice move, a reversal off of the 65 EMA, but it may run into some trouble closer to 375, 380. I'm pushing hard. Sideshow got out of CYCN before the damage was done. Ionic ripping, trailer stop set. Well done, Tom. SPY holding the high of day. Take a look at SPY. Oh, almost a 609.
Apple lows of the session. Good call there, Chris. That definitely was a sell the news event. Lion, your call on getting the put early. What'd you call Apple a dog earlier? That was a really good intraday trade. Hope you hit that one.
Apple coming down to the 50-day SMA. That is going to be at 240 and 33 cents. Watch for some support to occur there. LES continues higher. Rigetti. Maybe we get another red candle here before we get another series of greens. We'll see.
Cypher Mining might try and curl and break higher here. Bitcoin also at the highs of the morning. NBIS also nice little pump there. NBIS, that's that AI play. Tesla is still looking pretty good here as well. TSLA.
Robert's all over ASML.
He always is. Robert, I feel like Robert's been on ASML since he joined our group here. I associate this stock with Robert, actually, now that we're talking about it. Lion saying, let's hold Amazon to earnings, Ryan. I think it'll keep printing. Well, I'll tell you what, Lion, we'll see how it does here today. I would like to get 240 or higher on that. And I'm not going to let this trade go red on me because when I first bought it, it did come in a little bit and I added to it. And so now that I've lowered my cost and got myself into profit, I don't want to give that up. If anything, I can wait. The other thing is we can trade Amazon. We can use options to define our risk ahead of that print and then still getting exposure that way.
Rigetti going higher. Parker's, I think it's from saying SMR and Oklo. So the nuclear stocks are back. So it's risk on today, folks. We're seeing the space stocks move, the quantum move, the drones move, and the nuclear move. When we see all those move, that's a risk on day.
Yes, sir. And that OKLO, that 4250 area, we'll see if that can trade above it.
All right. FLG. I've been keeping an eye on this one, but it's very slow moving, but it's been having a not bad day. Just the volume isn't great, but it's still moving up looking for 12. Just thought I'd mention that. It looks like SPY hit 609, but came back in right after. We'll see what the price action we get here with 609 is. Might end up going sideways here for a time. We'll see.
Bitcoin new highs.
Oh, perfect. New all-time highs or
no. Sorry, new intraday highs. Beg your pardon. Gotcha. Good call on that. TDTH pretty much right at its VWAP. CYCN's trying to recapture that one here. NLSP, let's see on that one. Smoke Tuna, that call earlier on that being done was early and crispy and correct. Well done.
BBAI finally made some moves. We just haven't taken a look at it, but it did break out of that morning consolidation that was doing for about, half an hour. And now it's pushing up towards some of those levels that we were pointing out. It looks like you got your 250 almost there. I'm still looking for 280. I think that's going to continue to be a resistance area. This was the one where it was 480, 520, and then what's that number in the middle? That's this one, BBAI.
Okay. And it's 5, and 5 was that number. Nick asking, to the moon, LOL, am I a trader now? No, you're the technical term. The technical term is a finance bro. You are a finance bro now.
You're a trader if you bought and sold on this market.
Oh. Kevin, reiterating CLS here. I do remember you mentioning it. I don't remember really kind of talking about it. And man, if you gave this to us last week, this thing really, this dropped. I see. This dropped on DeepSeek. It had to have. And it's, oh my God, this would have been an awesome dip buy. Damn, dude, 50 points.
It was a great mention.
Kevin, I'm sorry for not.
And
bringing this up sooner. I can't cover them all, but man, this was a good one. Hats off to you.
Yep, keep them coming though.
Yeah,
Eventually
absolutely.
We'll be able to cover one of them. All right, so nice mention on that 450 area for BBAI. We got to 448, and we are starting to reverse here. Don't know if it's done, but if it does start to come in, we have support closer to the mid 430s. And Apple now coming down, getting really close to that 50-day SMA. Watch for some support to occur here in Apple. Have that at 240 and 33 cents, or about 50 cents away.
All right, here is your Apple. By the way, folks, did book partial here on EA? Oops, ES. No, EA. EA here. So we continuing to trade up here. The calls, 155 was the buy. Current price 310. That is 100% gain. Rules tell you peel half here. Gains booked. EA. This has been a pretty good trade so far. And Amazon, keep doing it, baby. Curl up. Let's get north of 240 here, huh?
Daniel,
north of 240 here.
Daniel mentioning TDTH, that doesn't look too bad right now. As a matter of fact, this might try to push back up through the 200 EMA. That has been the EMA that has suppressed the price action in the pre-market. Got a little bit of reversal after it popped over that earlier, about 15 minutes ago. Now we're trying to take it out again.
Boom, as they say. A other option swing position that we're still waiting out here is Nike. Let's see if we can get that to trade up here as well. Palantir, new all-time highs. God, really? Palantir. How about those earnings coming next week on Monday after the market closes? Smoke Tuna with the call. SGN done for the morning. SGN, that's that low float mover that we've had here at Smoke Tuna. Looking at this chart, I would agree. Lion reaffirming it. We'll see 240 on Amazon. You love it. You absolutely love it.
Regarding SGN, it probably is done. I'm just going to point out some things that I'm seeing here real quick. It's getting some current support from the 65 EMA at 369. Not sure if that's going to hold. There's also the 200 EMA at 336. It's again, same thing. Not sure that's going to hold, but there's also an interesting trend line that it's been putting in that we're about to test as well near the 65 EMA. So if we break through that, that's going to be my confirmation for me that this is done for the day. If we lose that trend line, you probably see it right there. And you don't have the wick that of this one big move down at 805. That
you want the 5 minute?
That's where I'm looking at.
Is this the wick that you're talking about right here?
It's in my broker. No, it was at 805. It was a bottom wick. So we might not be able to see it here, but it's. I don't know how I could explain how to draw it, but we're really close to it, and it
okay.
looks like it could reverse, but I want to see if I'm going to confirm that this thing's done for me personally, it needs to start closing beneath that trend line.
Okay. On the 5 here, this is pretty much right at that 65 EMA on the 5.
Yeah.
So good stuff there. Kevin saying Nike is going to 80. Giddy up, buddy. That's what we need. That was the target. Let's go. Let's do it today. Let's do it today. Let's get Nike to 80 today. Let's just close out more gains. Let's do it.
80 to 82. That's what I'm thinking with
Okay.
before we start tuning around and heading down. So we're getting 1446 was the high before we started pulling. It put in a pretty bearish looking candle, a shooting star candle in the 5-minute. So could continue to go down here. We have VWAP at 1352. I think that would be the big area I'd be watching for support if we are going to continue higher.
By the way, folks, NVIDIA new intraday highs here today. More call sweeps. They're a lot of these are 0 DTE. A lot of people trade. Actually, some of these here out in February is a lot of NVIDIA to the upside option activity here today. Amazon pumping. Let's go.
Yeah, 132.50 looks like a resistance area for NVIDIA to me. That was like the neckline of the Head and Shoulders pattern that we had before it got nullified in December.
Smoked Tuna here. I want to mention something here because Smoked Tuna's discussion and our communal discussion here on Nike really factored into me trading it. FYI, Tuna here saying Nike called it for the long term when it came close to 70. If you look at a daily chart here, this is what Tuna's talking about. It never actually printed 70, but boy, oh boy, this thing put 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 tests of this $71 level. This support level is extremely strong. This was the support level I was looking to trade Nike off trade Nike off of. And the trigger, remember, we talked about Mark Petrino this morning about trade triggers. It was this candle right here, Thursday, January 16th. We tried to dip. Buyer said, you didn't say the magic word. That's a Jurassic Park reference for you. We ended up making this little hammer here. 2 days later, we got the power candle to the upside. So this Nike call was excellent. Smoke Tuna, you were in there. Believe me, when I was looking and setting this trade up here, the 70 support level, 70, 71, let's call it a support area, that absolutely played into this. And here we are talking about gains getting booked.
Are you able to draw a trend line to show where? I mean, it's kind of funny how we get this breakout of from 75 on the exact area where the trend line crosses $75 level. If you draw that trend line, I have mine starting at September 27th of last year, going through the peak of December 6th. Draw it straight through. You see that goes right through 75 as that breakout over the 50-day SMA occurred.
December 6th.
Yeah, that you just passed it.
This?
That one right there. And draw a line at 75. It's kind of uncanny.
Yep. Right. Okay. So here, I'll actually zoom in so you can see that a little bit more. There you go. There's your 75 line. I'm not going to leave it on here, but I'm going to put it temporarily. You're exactly right. There was a battle there. Bang, ran right through it.
And that trend line is part of a falling wedge, which are bullish. So this is a really nice breakout of that wedge.
Boom.
I can show you during happy hour sometime, but we've talked so much about Nike that
yeah, we really have. I'll tell you. And look, the discussions, the tech that we've done, the tech analysis that we've done, everything here, it really just helped with the confidence for this swing trade. This has also been a very mechanical trade. There's been no emotion in this trade, which has made it easier. By the way, breath now green on the New York Stock Exchange. We have green across the board, folks. Green across the board. Green arrows on the futures tickers. Green breath. It is a happy Friday. That is for sure.
Fantastic. Now,
indeed.
Be careful with later on in the day, because I still anticipate that there may be some selling into the close as the cautious investors try to lighten their positions ahead of the weekend where those tariffs are supposed to take effect. So I think you may see some unwinding as a safety measure.
Apple, new lows here. God, Lion, that put call earlier that you gave the group, that was a good one. That was a good one, my dude.
It is losing the 50-day SMA now. What was interesting about is Mag 7 price actions on these earnings that we've been getting is not yesterday, but the day before. I think it was when it was like Microsoft and Meta. Those initially sold and then they ripped.
Yep.
Yeah, those initially sold and then they ripped. Apple did the opposite. It ripped and then it sold.
You mentioned that yesterday before that sell-off. That's timely.
Yeah, so I think that's something that we're going to be wanting to watch for with the rest of these Mag 7 reports. Find out which ones their first move off the print, whether that's up or down, because it may end up going the opposite direction. CYCN actually pushing up to VWAP. Let's see if it can recapture it. Volume needs to still be better than this, but it's looking encouraging. Let's see if we can actually just get 4. That'd be a nice start, because that's where VWAP is at 4. LAES might be getting some support as well. Not sure about this one though. MACD doesn't look like it's going to allow that to happen. Rigetti approaching VWAP. That MACD also looks like it's indicating a rollover soon. SGN, that is still hanging out at its 65 EMA and above the trend line. Not sure this is done yet, but once that trend line breaks and gets a close beneath it, then I'll think that it's finished.
SGN's still at that 65 EMA on the 5. Did we get those? Is that poll still running, producer? What was the? Let me check.
FTAI. This has been a really nice reversal, and it is taking out EMAs and VWAPs or VWAP, approaching the 65 EMA next, and the MACD is curling to the upside. This looks like it could get going here. Keep an eye on FTAI. Okay,
FTAI. Remember, we had Nick saying earlier here that he wanted to get a full recovery on FTAI here by April. Okay, here are your poll results. Thank you, producer. You guys, we asked you about Apple earlier here. Is Tim's Apple cooked? Man, producer, you are just outdoing yourself.
Tim Apple.
No, I'm serious, man. Is Tim Apple's cooked? I mean, that is just.
He should have been cooked. He should have been cooked when he lied to investors, and he there was like that 400 million. You know what I'm talking about? That should have been the end of his days right there. The fact they kept him on is just shows ineptness, in my opinion. He should have been gone a long time ago.
The ineptness did not spread to our producer, though. 4 words in that poll question, and it is about as quality as it get. Extremely efficient there. Anyway, all jokes aside here. The top entry, no, I'm still bullish, 46%. By the way, that's where I voted here. I've been holding it since 2014, and it's been my best hold by a long shot. So until that changes, I'm going to keep voting for that. No, I'm still bullish, 46%. Not sure, saying 30%. So we're going to call that the sidelines vote. And then Tim and his Apple are cooked, 23%. I have a report here that Lion voted 16 times. I don't even know how you did that, Lion, but good job.
You got the whole pride to vote.
Oh, man. Oh, gosh, that's good. Okay. Having a great day here. Costco closing in on $1,000 a share, by the way.
Despite Apple sinking, SPY still ripping. 609.54, the current high. A little bit of a pull right now. Might just be setting up to go higher. It looks like it wants 610. We'll see. TDTH, not sure this is done. It's holding above the 200 EMA now. It now has the price all above all the EMAs and VWAP that I'm using. Maybe there's another big move over 215 coming. Not sure, but that'd be worth a watch.
There you go on that TDTH. Cypher Mining, CIFR, new highs here. We talked about this one earlier. Bitcoin also put in some new highs here, man. Bitcoin is trucking.
And Apple getting support from the 50-day SMA.
Okay.
Easy.
Lion, take care of yourself, man. Enjoy your weekend, boss. Rest up. Make sure you're ready to go on Monday.
Yep. Take care, Lion. Great job this week. Yeah, Rigetti's really starting to come in, but it's actually now getting support from the VWAP. So if there's going to be a reversal, it's got to be here. Otherwise, looking like the 65 EMA might be the next support area.
Hims getting mentioned here. Is that Moto Guru Hims? That's been a ripper. We really haven't looked at it recently. Looks like you're booking some gains here on Hims. Hey, nice little pump out of the open here. Did we have news on this? Did I miss something? No. This looks like some plus 7%, some pretty good trading action here on Hims. Boy, new highs too. Boy, look at this chart. This is a nice breakout here on Hims.
Oh, yeah.
Izzy, take care of yourself. Another really good job here this week. Get ready for the Uber earnings next week, boss. Wednesday morning, Uber.
LAES, MACD doesn't look great, but it is putting in a neutral candle. It could be a potential reversal. Same candle we got about 10 minutes ago, which, being neutral, we only just to continue with the downside. But we're down close to VWAP with this current one. So let's see if we can reverse here. An LAES.
Yeah, Hims trying to go for new highs as we speak here. Here's the reversal area that 13 is looking at. I'll put this on a 5-minute just to give us some more.
Yeah.
Did look like it came into that VWAP, did not quite print it.
The TCTM trade is working for Smoke Tuna. And it's interesting. SGN is just really getting support from the 65 EMA and that trend line right now. It's kind of funny. Maybe it turns around here, SGN. That's a big maybe.
Wisdom. Take care of yourself. Try to stay rational. I just try to have a good weekend. We'll leave it at that.
And check on that wardrobe.
Well, I mean, he's been talking about hanging the picture of me in tights over his fireplace, and I don't even know how I feel about that. So I just want him to start by having a good weekend. Tesla.
You might have a fan. You might have a fan, Ryan.
I might.
You might have a fan.
I might. 420 funding secured on Tesla. Do we get there today?
Probably. I haven't looked at Tesla, but I thought I may have mentioned 420 as a potential. Oh gosh, that was where the top of the symmetrical triangle is. So we could see a breakout there. That could be a breakout level for sure. Maybe if we do break out, it takes us up to 440. I don't know. That seems like a big statement there, but with the price action we got already today, we've already seen 15. Why couldn't it go another 20? So look at that Rigetti move with a nice reversal right off that VWAP. Phenomenal.
Gross. All those push-ups are working. I'm gonna the next time we have Red Dog back, I'm gonna tell him that. He'll appreciate that. Tom, Ryan, you might need a security detail. Yeah, I think I can handle myself pretty well. Aura saying a roaring fire and some beautiful art. Aura, that reminds me of the quote in Die Hard, a roaring fire and some aged brie. Did I get that right? Anyway.
Jonathan, I'm sorry, not Jonathan, Market Sniper. It was asking, you mentioned how much time is left on the candle. Where do you see that on Webble? I see that on the where all the prices are for the EMAs and the VWAP. The current price is also going to have the time left on the candle next to it, and it might be I think it's an option you have to check. But you have that same option in Benzinga. You have it on quite a number of different charts. They'll show you how much time is left on the candle, depending on what time frame you're looking at. And I use a 5-minute.
Folks, one thing to also keep in mind here, TEAM, this is Atlassian, they do the JIRA stuff. They reported earnings, popped into a new area here. We do have a potential for an island to form up here, so I'm going to be watching TEAM over the next week to see if that island formation gives a nice formation, and then we might be able to trade that. I'll keep you posted on that. Judge, good morning and take care. Have a great rest of your day and weekend. You as well, Judge.
Take care, Judge. SLXN is back beneath the VWAP, down to 65 EMA. CYCN, this might be getting done here. Try to get to the VWAP, couldn't do it. Really losing some altitude here now. Probably going to head back down to the 65 EMA, which I currently have at 389. I'm sorry, 339.
That's what I have too. Okay, awesome.
Kit, new lows. So the morning was about as good as it got with that one. Now here we go with SGN. Now we're breaking down beneath that trend line. Next support is going to be this 200 EMA. Might get a brief bounce there, but I don't think we're going back up above the trend line anytime soon. TDTH getting support from VWAP right now. A lot of these are starting to come in, folks.
Market still holding up here, 609. See if anything else is really pulling. Bitcoin still holding near 106. NASDAQ holding higher. Dow did roll a little bit.
FTAI. FTAI. Still going.
It does seem like maybe it's slowing down here on this move up.
Could still get back to VWAP.
REBN breaking higher here. Actually, the volume looking really good here on REBN. Didn't have this one up. Good mention here, Tuna. Pushing on volume. Volume not slowing down. REBN, something going on here. Did we get news?
Unless it's just
just the news from last week is the most recent one. This pushing on volume, though.
It's a coffee company, so Starbucks down, this one up. I don't know. Yeah, none of these movers we're looking at today are looking great right now. All look like they're coming in. Or Getty's still back into the 14 area, so that's good. Wow, Ribbon or Reborn really moving now. We've traded this one before.
Yeah, we have. There's no question about it. I recognize this ticker from the scanner, but I don't recognize the company. It is just absolutely pumping here.
Yeah, this is trying to take out the highs from earlier. I have levels marked off from this one. So 365 is the next upside target, followed by 450.
Sideshow, take care. Have a great weekend, my man.
Low volume day. It's, we've been getting a lot of those this week. We had the one big day with the DeepSeek selling, and then it's just been muted ever since.
And by the way, didn't we put up poll results for that? Let me check, because we asked, if I'm not mistaken, we asked on that day if that was a buying opportunity. We have the data now. It absolutely was. Let me go back and check our poll stuff. Producer, by the way, just thought about this. The fact that you throw the screenshots of these polls tagged with the date we do them is absolute money, because it is going to allow us to go back and get some of this information. Yep. Okay, here we go. Here are your stats from the poll that we ran on Monday regarding the DeepSeek pullback. I had titled it, is this a bubble pop or a buying op? So was it a bubble pop or a buying opportunity? Buying op coming in with 53% of the vote. You folks are all winners in my book. Not sure, 28%, and bubble pop, 18%. I'll tell you what, the buy the dip mentality is still intact. You folks took a look at that sell-off and said, nope, not buying it here, and you were rewarded for that. Good job, chat. We're going to give you a register ring and a one-up for that.
Revin is still going. We're going to hit that 365 pretty soon here.
It's also worth noting on that same day, I asked you guys if the SPY would close green. The majority said no, and we closed red. So our chat getting it done here. Getting it done.
All right, there's 365 in Revin. 370, might see a pull. There it is.
Really good calling there. The volume's still impressive here, REBN, by the way.
So 3 could be a support area if it comes back down that far.
Robert, I'm trying to do the meme of this guy pointing to his head for good idea, nose meme. Yeah. Yep, believe me, we'll do that. I definitely, I want the group data. I want to know what the amalgam thinks of all of these things. So we're going to keep running those polls. Appreciate you all voting in them.
SLXN with a nasty knife.
Oh, yeah, it did. Right down to the pre-market support level. DXF, this was halted and now opened here. My gosh, you guys are doing DXF. Too risky,
wow.
too risky for my blood, I think. I don't know what's going on here.
Looking at SGN, we still have that 200 EMA as probably the final support area before it ends up, going back to start. Not liking the way this is looking. Not sure if it's going to recover the rest of the day. It's going to get some EMAs crossing each other pretty soon. That's never a good sign. That usually is an indication of further downside coming. Usually happens right away. I don't know. SGN is not looking good right now.
TCTM Dalahala coming here. Good call, Tuna. You were on that one early yet again.
Take care, Beach Bum.
Take care, Beach Bum. And thanks for all your support, as always, my man. You've been there from the beginning. From the beginning. You know?
Yeah, I'm really not liking the way any of these are looking.
Nope. Look at BKSY. I know we traded this one earlier this week. This having a much more manageable day. Some of these that are actually like decent companies, when we see some of those big moves in them, it might be worth just kind of putting on the back burner and seeing if you get another move like this. I mean, this basically consolidated for 2 days, and now it's starting to ramp, and the volume is rather normal. It's not very impressive.
You know that just like 2 weeks ago, Redwire was an incredible buy for a 2x, and here we are. Just 2 weeks ago.
I mean, it's crazy how fast some of these have gone. Space stocks going to the moon. Is anyone surprised?
Yeah, this thing is. We missed the boat on this one big time.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. Amazon, let's go for that 240, baby.
And Redwire still might not even be done. Let me take a look at this closer and see exactly how much more we could possibly have with these moves. Because holy crap, this thing has just been on a rip. Well, time to measure. Gosh, almost 30% away from the 20-day SMA. This could be, I mean, the RSI is overextended. This thing has got to be a short at some point soon.
Nikolai, I'm sorry, man. We cannot recommend what to do on individual transactions. You and only you are going to have to decide whether or not you want to take the loss or stay in it. We have no idea what your risk profile looks like.
Yeah, and remember, this is the one that has that awful balance sheet, no money. They just got the sponsorship agreement.
Yep.
Very low float. This is one that we were talking about. Very, very risky to even hold on to. It's needed to be in and out of this. We can't, like Ryan said, we can't make any recommendations on that. But we do try to give as much information about the company as possible so that you can make an informed decision on things like that. But this company doesn't look great to me in terms of finances, so I would not want to hold it.
And 5, that very, very clear resistance area. It was tested on that initial day. It was tested again here today. SGN rejected at resistance. At resistance. Take care, Hellcat. Thanks for joining us here this week.
Take care. And RABN, man, that 365 level, not bad. We got to 370, but that was a massive turnaround it had, and now it's starting to lose VWAP.
SMCI ripping on volume, and the volume is expanding. On Thursday, Supermicro Computer CEO posts on X, quote, "We are super excited about taking this great partnership with XIII to the next level, coming in hot and quick," end quote. SMCI up 6.2% here today.
What partnership?
XAI.
Yeah, but I don't know what the partnership they have. Like, I don't know what
sorry. I don't have the specifics on that one either.
Well, for me,
Actually,
I
I'm gonna follow this guy though.
I actually care not about SMCI until they release their earnings. They're supposed to release it. I think February 25th is when their deadline is.
Yeah, I think I think you're right.
If they don't do that, then this thing is going to just absolutely crater. It'll be almost a full year of just no reports, and that is when they are supposed to report in order to regain NASDAQ compliance. It's crucial for them to report this, and if they don't, then I don't want to be anywhere near this thing.
Okay, 13. We've got less than 2 minutes here till it's time to move over to the one and only Anne Marie. Any closing words for the group here? Any thoughts on the week upcoming? Earnings? Anything?
Yeah, week upcoming. We are going to get probably see some more volume in the market as the Lunar New Year ends, and we'll get some more foreign traders coming in to play with us. But I don't want to make any guesses on where this market's going. We are once again coming up to the new all-time highs of the SPY, and we have tariffs coming out over the weekend, so potentially. So just take those into consideration and be careful, and make sure you are protecting yourself for anything that could occur over the weekend. And I will see you folks on Monday. Have a good weekend, y'all. Take care.
Perfect. Excellent job as always, 13. Take care of yourself and have a great weekend. 13's departure leaves room for Anne Marie. Let's go ahead and check in with her and see how she's doing. Oh, there we go. Anne Marie, happy Friday. How are you?
Happy Friday to you. End of the month, portfolio managers are going to be rebalancing, and Fridays are normally pretty bullish. And so we've got these pushes into some very interesting gamma lines where the traders have sold options, particularly in the ES and the NQ. But we've got some exciting stuff to cover around earnings.
We sure do. And let me tell you something. We have had, our chat has been on this. We have been ready to go. So definitely have a couple of plays lined up here at request. Let's go ahead and get it started. I'm going to bring your screen on here. What are we going to start with here today?
So I want to look at a post-earnings trade for Broadcom, because that just got mentioned, and it reminded me, wait a second, I've got one of those. And so what I want to do before I do that is to sort of set a primer. Some folks say primer, but there's just no way I can say that word. Primer just sounds better, and it's because, hey, that's what I use to paint the walls before I put the color on. So
my first job ever was applying primer for my dad.
Primer. Okay, so earlier in the week, we did an Apple trade, and let's go to the Analyze tab, and then I'll give you the Broadcom trade. So we did an Apple trade, and this was a very interesting one. It was expensive. It was $1.92. And then for those of us that got in a little bit earlier, it was a little bit later, actually. The price came in a little, and it was $1.87. But it was a butterfly, and it was expensive. But what it did was give us $15 of upside and only $5 of downside. At the same time, we put on a put. But the put went to zero. And essentially, if someone was saying, hey, listen, I think this is moving up. I've got some shares, or I've got a covered call. What do I do? My thought is buy a cheap put insurance. If it moves out of the way, you lose $50. But if it doesn't, then everything that you've got in the space holds. So notice this. It went from $1.92. Now it's $6.25. So
pretty good.
Yeah, huge. And it's still pumping. And so before I go with these others, I just want you to know that although the butterfly seems a little pricier than normal, you're going to get some tremendous returns if it doesn't. I mean, if it does move the way we think it's going to move, you're going to get tremendous returns. And if it doesn't, it'll still hold some action for you so that you can get out with maybe a 50% loss. And so this is my thought for those of us who are maybe interested in holding Apple into the end of the month, but you don't want to pay $6.27 for a butterfly. You can choose the at the monies, 240, 250, 260. Those are 259. And they give you a tremendous amount of upside traction if all we're seeing is upside pressure. Now, let's go to Broadcom. And although I gave you that primer, these Broadcom options are actually pretty cheap. And the reason I have a double butterfly set up here is because we gapped down and are completely recovering. So we could actually gap up and fade or gap up and hold. And so we want to be prepared for both sides of that. And waiting, I tried to cut down on as many indicators as possible in here, but it's still giving me a little bit of trouble. So please forgive me as it waits to load. Actually, let's just go to the Analyze tab and you can see what I've got here. So
Okay.
take a look at this. This is for March. And for March, on the call side, it's an in the money call for the butterfly. 220, 230, 240. It's going for 88 cents. Earlier in the morning, it was about 56 cents, but price action has continued to move. So now it's 80, 90 cents. But take a look at this. It's in the money, and some of us go, oh my gosh, if I'm looking at an in the money, what does this mean? Well, listen, if this expired tomorrow, this would be worth $5.83 because the price is already $2.25. And so if we stare that down and we say, okay, let's say that it bounces but sort of chops around at that middle strike that's really important, we're going to make a ton of cash, literally a ton in terms of our multiple. So here it is. If you decide, hey, I think this is going to fade, it gapped down, I think this is just a reflexive move, I think the market's in the middle of some kind of blow off top, then you literally can buy yourself some cheap insurance. It's 38 cents and it can pull you down into the range. I love this trade.
Okay.
I really, I love this trade. It looks absolutely fantastic. As you remember, if you've been listening to me for a bit, folks, I'm liking the post earnings trade because it gives me directional focus in terms of how traders are responding to price overall. Okay, so the next one is Palantir. That's a pre-earnings event, right? When do they come again?
Monday
so
after hours.
Okay, so
And here's the chart after all that.
yeah.
Loaded
So
right
here's
away.
the Broadcom chart. Notice it dipped to 195. 170 is sort of that baseline support, and 180 is where the real bounce action should happen. So if this actually collapses, we're looking at also a quadrupling of that put event as it comes into that area, but I do expect a reflexive bounce here, and a filling of the gap seems very likely to me with Broadcom moving like this back into its noisy range. So there we have it with the Broadcom plays. Let's go to Palantir. It's a
Okay.
pre-earnings trade. It's up 3.8% overall. And as we wait for the chart, we can actually go to the analysis here because I've got it. So everything's fairly bullish in Palantir. And I've done the same thing. I chose an in the money call, an out of the money call, and a far out of the money call, assuming that we extend, well, we could sit still. So if we chop around 85, guess what this 80 strike is going to be worth as we move closer to expiration? It's going to be worth $4.22. Let me show you the difference between the February in the money and the March in the money. It's 60% more. Now, that's because this is closer to being in the money and expiring closer, and that's what's going to happen to butterflies the nearer it gets to expiration when you're sitting in that price point. And so this one I really like. I've got an iron condor here. I'm a little concerned about this. So on the midday Moneyball report, we're going to be rolling this 85.90 because it's right on that edge of let's just roll this up and be safe. And then, of course, if you're thinking, these are just sellers running for the hills, and as soon as that buying to cover stops, we're going to fade. This put action puts us in really good shape in terms of saying, hey, listen, what about just a little bit of an insurance policy if the price action does not hold? And so if we get to Palantir, oh, this is the way I ought to do it, right? So if we get to Palantir, what I've done with this Fibonacci is just mark off the 50% range. And I did it from this wave that began in December and ended on the 13th of January. So it's a high to low. Here we are at the 100 marker. We could fade back into 80, right? Somewhere around that 50% range. But a lot of buyers here, a fair bit of momentum, and a lot of trend. And so sideways to up is the way I anticipate this one moving for a while. If you say to yourself, what about waiting until after earnings? Can I put the same trade in? Absolutely. It might be cheaper. It might very well be cheaper because implied volatility will fall out. But that's going to be your choice. You might say, you know what, I'm going to take one of each. And then after earnings, I'm going to reinitiate the trades and see how they go.
Okay.
But absolutely love that one for Palantir. Let's take a look at
UPS.
Yeah.
UPS is the big one. Real quick, while you're pulling that up here, Jared is saying, God, I need a better understanding of all of this. Well, Jared, you're in luck. Anne-Marie does a really good job explaining a lot of these. And as she just mentioned, has other video content that she puts in her channel that may help you learn this. You can always continue to show up here. We'll do our best to try and help you understand this better, but you'll get even more content joining Benzinga Pro in the chat room. Also, I'm going to go ahead and throw out a free education. It's not affiliated with Benzinga, but it's something that I've used personally going all the way back to when I first started looking at options. It's the optionseducation.org. That's the Options Industry Council, and they have a whole bunch of free resources that you can use as a reference to get started.
Absolutely. I'd also like to recommend the Chicago Board Options Exchange. That's CBOE. I don't know if it's org or com. I can't remember, but just type CBOE in your search bar and you'll find it. The Chicago Board Options Exchange. They have lots of videos, lots of individual examples, lots of drawings. They're absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Ryan, for putting that that link in there.
You
Okay.
got it. I actually met someone on the golf course last year, and he gave me a CBOE logo ball that I add to my collection. So pretty cool.
Nice.
Love getting the mention there of CBOE. Okay, sorry for digressing a little bit. Let's take a look at UPS now. I want to hear what your thought was on UPS. We did have we wanted to go over this. We had a member in the pro chat that was asking about this, but then also today here. Where is that comment? Where are you at? Hold on, Anne-Marie. Give me one sec. You know what? You can start going. I'll find it while you're talking, and then I'll give it to you. Sorry.
So as we wait for the UPS charts to come up, listen, UPS has been on a downward spiral for a long time. A long time. You know, a lot of Amazon used to be one of their great big support legs. Now Amazon's doing its own deliveries. So, you know, Jeff Bezos does not have the runtheworld.com URL for no reason. It's that's actually there.
He actually
I
owns
think,
runtheworld.com
yes.
already.
Yes.
Runtheworld.com.
Yes.
Error establishing a database connection. He's just camping that URL. How about that?
Yes. So he's kept that, and that's, I mean, you know, it is what it is. But take a look at this UPS chart. It is absolutely abysmal. However, what we've come into is a major line where institutional buyers are trying to say we have to defend this area. If they can't, they're going to wait for a liquidity event, either a short covering or whatever, and then they're going to dump the stock. So this is I think UPS is in a real pickle, actually, from a
Okay.
price perspective here. So as we wait for this chart to pull up, I can hop over to the trades and tell you that I see 97 as a potential support zone.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the 110 is out of the money, of course, but it's right at the money. So if it pulls in a little bit, this will begin to move. I have these all the way down at April, because if we did it in something like March, look at the prices. Oh, sorry, that just slipped off a cliff. That actually was way more expensive. It was almost $3 when I looked at it this morning.
So it's actually right now about 10 cents cheaper than the March.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Go ahead.
we'll move all of these to March. So the first one is, if you think there's just going to be a ton of buying and UPS is going to recover, 125 is a clear resistance zone, and the 1x2x1 is only 30 cents. Now, I also think that it's 30 cents because of what the upward trajectory is. I think everybody's going to be selling there.
Mm-hmm.
So what I expect more than likely, is the potential push up into 120 and then a pullback that moves over. So this is a 1x3x2. So
Okay.
again, if you look over to the right, you'll see buying power effect. That means how much margin will I have
Mm-hmm.
to incur? And all of these say no margin. So that means what you invest is going to be your complete loss if, you know, the train goes off the rails on a bridge. All right. Now, we're hoping that doesn't happen, and you can watch for price action to move. But with about $1.20, you can put yourself on both the call side and the put side. So let me show you why I think both sides of those are potentially important. You'll notice here there's a base that got formed in 2014. It broke out in 2020 with, free money coming to everyone. And it moved up here until the peak of the 2022 cycle. And it's been rotating over ever since. Now it's at a clean bounce zone in my mind. That bounce zone looks very clean. Now, it could be that what they come out with is some horrible news, and then, that's going to be bad. But they don't really have earnings again until April the 22nd. So my suspicion is it's do or die for the traders at this zone. They came in, retested that gap event at around 110, and now they're trying to hold it. So two things will happen under this kind of momentum. We have sideways motion, punches up, punches down, punches up, punches down. And then it either continues down or it continues up. If we look at something that has an in the money event, and the reason I don't have this one in the money is because one, it's very expensive, and two, I'm not really sure it's got enough juice for the squeeze, if I would put it that way.
Okay.
So just better to pick the outlier thought process, anticipate that they're going to bounce, and then, come what may. If we look to February, because it's so much closer, right? We've only got how many days left of Feb?
Today is the last day of January.
Okay, so we've got 21 days to
Oh, I
February.
see. Sorry.
If you think, this is going to be a reflexive move, right? And it's going to run like the wind. The 125, 135, 145 is 4 cents. 4 cents for it to get to a clear resistance zone. You could look at it and say, hey, it might be worth it to go, if it's there, since it's only 4 cents, why not take on a little bit more debit risk? The 120 to 135, that's $15. To the 145, which is only $10, that's only 37 cents. So if it rallies, you can make as much as $15 on the spread. And if something crazy happens and it goes to 180, you'll still make $5. No, you'll still make $10. No, sorry, it's Friday. You'll still make $5. Help me, Ryan. Help. I need help.
It's Friday. We're almost there,
Listen,
Anne-Marie.
all this chat about tights in the morning.
I didn't do that.
Recovering, okay?
I bet. I didn't even do that. I didn't know that was going to happen today, but we've got some odd people in the chat in a good way.
Hilarious.
I'm glad everyone had fun with that.
The 1 by 3 by 2.
Anne-Marie, did you see the graphic by chance?
Should I say? Oh, nice. I like 13's picture down there. I saw it.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
It's Friday. Sorry. We'll keep going here.
Listen, that's why I'm in a t-shirt. It's chill day.
It's chill day. Okay. I like that.
Yeah. So that's what we're looking at here. Notice how expensive the put side pressure is in March. Let's move it to Feb, 95 cents. So again, you got yourself 21 days. I think it's probably going to happen within 21 days. If I were a betting man, I would say that going with the cheaper strikes and then reestablishing a position later on is a pretty good, it's a pretty good go there.
Okay. One quick thing to add to UPS here. We had a question earlier. I wanted you to go through the butterflies that you do traditionally here, but also Craig was asking, Ryan, can you ask Anne-Marie on some longer dated option plays on UPS? So Is there anything on the chart that shows you maybe a long-term play that Craig could get involved with here? And by the way, 3D, you were asking, it's hard to follow without a clear visual. I think that one of the things that makes it a little bit more difficult is just because of the way Thinkorswim works. We start with the chart and then we go to some of the numbers. My recommendation, if you can, is to have a chart of the same stock next to it when Anne-Marie talks about some of those different levels.
What a great idea.
Yes, because that way you can associate. You see how you've done this with these boxes here? For me, I'm a visual learner, and so this visual thing really helps me when you're talking about areas and ranges on these spreads. So 3D, try that. See if you can bring up a chart on your own side. And when Anne-Marie goes over and talks about those levels, I might even suggest using some of your drawing tools to mark some of those levels off, or literally draw the boxes themselves. But that as an aside, let me know if that helps. I know we're always kind of fighting how small some of this stuff looks. We're limited to our options.
For sure. So long dated, you have to think to yourself, the two things that sit in a market. One, price action is generally bullish over the long haul, right? Notice we are looking at a monthly chart. We're going back to 2009 and it's trending upward. The problem is it hasn't been trending upward for 2 years. And so the question then becomes, if I were to take a long dated option, what do I want to assume that's going to happen? And so this sits in a sticky spot. My thought would be wait for the chart to really pull in with some traction, or anticipate the pull in of traction and take the short, or think about the long event and then go way out in the future. So because we'll go with the direction of broad markets, we go way out into the future. Let's go to January 2026.
Okay.
And let's take a look at how important 110 is. It's pretty important. If the price action doesn't hold there, there's going to be a problem. But it's $13.35. And so, soup to nuts, if I'm looking at the intrinsic value is only $4, that's the difference between the strike and the real price, right? That's the intrinsic value. The extrinsic, and that would be your pure cost, would be the difference between $4 and $13.35. So your actually break even wouldn't be until 123. And so if you take something like that and you go, okay, I'm really interested in this chart trying to recover, maybe this thing's completing a head and shoulders pattern. Let's take a look at this. And so here's the ugly shoulder, head, shoulder, and say the range is 156 to 233. So that's what, $80, right? And let's measure $80 from here. That gives us what, $70, 70 something dollars. And so that tells us if this is an actual head and shoulders pattern, this has got a ways to go.
Okay.
And so you really want to think about that in terms of positioning long. But if I'm totally wrong and you say, hey, I think it's going to 150 again, then you can go 110, maybe to 135, right? 1 by 2 by, yeah, that gives you a little bit of room. 1 by 2 by 1, that's $6.40. It's not nearly as much as the $9 of the theta value that you'd be spending, but it's still very expensive. So if you're saying I want something long when the chart is doing this, you could also say, all right, I think it recovers 125 and it goes to 150. Also, you can choose that. You can say 125, 150, and you want to give yourself a little bit of room when you're this far away because it could really move very dramatically. If you want it even on both sides, you could go to 175, and that makes it $3.45.
Yeah.
You hold it for a while. A $300 investment is not bad for a $2,500 potential return. But, this is trading in the opposite direction of the trend of the last 2 years. So if I were sitting here, I would say, you know what? I'm going to take the 120 in the money, the 100 out of the money, and then the 80 in the money. It gives me $5. And at this juncture, if this were to expire today, it'd be worth $6. So it'd be worth 20% more than it actually is. If you decide to sell that, if the price action chops around between 120 and 100, you've got $2,000 of potential profit into that time, and you can trade out of it and sell parts of it anytime that you want. It just makes based on the calculations that I see in this chart, probably a better bet.
Okay.
Is my thought. The put
Okay.
side.
Real good stuff, Craig. Let me know if that was if that's helpful for you. Really good stuff. Really good coverage there on UPS. So, okay, Anne-Marie, we're pretty much right at the end here.
Yeah.
This was a wild week. Glad you were here to guide us through. But by the way, shout out. Remember, you can always get more Anne-Marie content, and every day by being a part of the Benzinga Pro ecosystem. Anne-Marie has her own chat room in there. Anne-Marie, thank you very much for everything. Have a great weekend, and we'll catch you next week.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Take care, everybody.
Take
Best
care.
up.
That is Anne-Marie. Awesome stuff there. And Anne-Marie leaves room for our next guest, Sandra Stone. Let's go ahead and bring her on. Sandra, how are you doing today? Happy Friday.
Good. Happy Friday. How are you guys doing?
We're doing pretty good. I'll tell you what, it's been a wild week. Started off with a bang with the whole DeepSeek thing. I will say our group here, they're awesome. They said this was a buying opportunity on the majority. It looked like they are right here. So really good stuff. What do you got coming up here?
Ooh, we're going to take a look at SMH, IWM,
Yes.
Amazon, maybe some Marvel, and see if we can come up with a trade.
Okay, awesome. Amazon, it was a popular one early here this morning. Options trading made simple starts right now.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fits-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
Happy Friday, guys. All right. So let's get to it. As we take a look at the markets, this was a definite buying opportunity, and we actually got to see this happen with option flow. So while, if we take a look at, as an example, on a SPY, you can see that we have, let me make sure. Oh, so you can't, are you guys seeing my chart right here? I guess not. Too bad. I'm looking and I'm seeing that even though I have that infinity thing, that I can't end up doing that. So let's go ahead and put on another screen. And we'll just try to work this out. All right. So sorry about that, guys. Always having a little bit of technical difficulty with this new software. All right, so if we take a look at SPY, we can see that this week we had that drop on Monday, and then we just flew. And you could actually see this in the option flow. And I think that that's what was really interesting, is that you could see that institutions were buying as the market was just cranking lower. So this was a buying opportunity, and wow, what a day we have today. So SPY right here at 609.31. Definitely looking good, and we have a pivot high here at 609.06. So I'm looking for us to get above basically 609, let's just say 25 as an example. If we can break up above here, actually a better price would be 610.84. I would just say 611. If we can get above 611, look at how much higher we could go on a daily chart. This looks really good for a continuation trade. If we can break through. Right now we're at a double top, so we are at resistance, okay? Heavy resistance going on here on SPY. Let's take a look at it on a 4-hour and see what we can see. Yes, you can really nicely see this double top right here in this consolidation band. So really looking for us to break above that 611 area for a continuation trade. Still looking good as momentum on a 4-hour, just breaking above that zero line today, basically yesterday and now today. Nice little gap up here. As we take a look at the Qs, I am noticing that we are coming up to that double top at 533.83 on a 4-hour. Also, by the way, you could see that even though we broke up this week, we kind of went sideways for the rest of the time. And now, wow, the Qs breaking above today and looking really good at 530. But again, we're coming into resistance. Why does it always seem like when I come on Fridays, we're always hitting resistance, and then we gotta come up with some trade ideas, and it's always like, boom, we're just right there. Really wanting something a little better. Let's take a look at SMH. SMH. Ooh, I like this on a 4-hour, just breaking through our 20, by the way. We're right there at the do or die situation for momentum, right? Right at the zero line. This could be interesting because we still have some room to run before we hit resistance, right? We got to, we could get to 254.27 thereabouts. And then that would be interesting to see if we can make it up to 269. This has a lot of room to run, guys. The only thing is, when we look at this on a 4-hour, that definitely for me is a swing trade. And as I look at that, I'd really like another confirming candle above that 20. And the reason is because this is really a fake out zone. So as price is breaking above this level, it is a fake out zone, so anything could happen because 20 is really at resistance right now. I'd really like to see that stability basically of a continuation action by it breaking above this area. So that area, if we were to hover over that 20, is 248.50. So when I'm looking at where price is right now, I'm thinking to myself, okay, if we stay above 248.50, this really has room to run to 253. Let's just call it 254. That's $4. That's not bad. And then all the way up here to this consolidation bed at 269. So SMH, I'm going to put a star right there. That actually looks pretty good. I like it. Let's look at it on shorter time frames and see what's happening here. So on a 15 typically, a day. Ooh, I like to see, look at SMH and all this consolidation right here, just going sideways for the last 4 days, right? So the entire week just going sideways, and it just now broke out. So we could see a reversion to the mean trade here. All the way back to 243. God, that's a lot of room, at least to the 20, 247.15, $3. It could definitely do that. And then if I look at it on an hourly, which I love, this really looks nice. So I like this trade as well, but I do feel like because it just really broke out today that we might have a little bit of a reversion, as you could see the momentum kind of shifting to the downside here. What I really like about looking at momentum is, it can really give you kind of that forecasting tool of, hey, what are we doing right now? Now, when you look at a momentum indicator like this oscillator, you can see that we've come across all the way up to the 200 range, right? Usually when you get up to this 200 level, that usually means that you're overbought. And when you come down here and you hit this level right here, that really means that you're oversold. And when that actually happens, you can see that reversion to the mean trade. So just like here as an example, we broke down, we hit that 200, and then we started to just really kind of consolidate as momentum was rising. All consolidation here, right? As price is consolidating, momentum is rising up, breaks above the 0 line, can't break through the 20. And my two favorite confluences is when you have momentum breaking above the 0 line, and then you have price breaking above the 20. When you can see that, oh, I really like this trade. So we broke above it and then broke above the 20. I think we're going to get a little bit of a pullback here. That is my analysis, but we'll see if it ends up happening. I like the 5-minute coming to retest the 20. I'm going to come back to this as SMH on a real day trading level at this point is breaking below the 0 line. So you could see all morning we've been above that 0 line with momentum, and we're just now breaking below. So I could see this coming down to the 249.62 area, which is only about 60 cents away. And then if it breaks below, it could actually go all the way down here to 244. That would be interesting to see. Especially for today. This is why most swing traders actually take their trades at the end of the day, is to wait out this price action. Because if you're going to put the trade on right now, and this does go down as an example, a couple dollars, you put yourself in the negative before you even started, your trade analysis for a longer time frame, right? Because we're looking for something that's, maybe on next Friday, kind of a weekly play. Now, clearly taking a debit spread or an at-the-money credit spread, that could give you some room where that time over the weekend is not really going to hurt you, as well as a downsize move, as an example, is not going to hurt as much. But whenever we have a pumping day like today, there's always going to be that pullback. And so you have to keep that in mind as you start to think about, what kind of trade vehicle do I want to use? Do I want to use a short board as an example, where you're going fast and furious? That would be considered like a long call, a long put. Or am I going to use a debit spread? Oftentimes when I see us at resistance, I still feel bullish, right? We're at resistance, but I'm still forecasting, hey, this looks bullish to me. I would want to get into a debit spread. Why? Because I'm expecting the pullback, but I want to be in the trade. So that's something to take into consideration as you are looking for trade vehicles to get into here. Let's see. Let's take a look at IWM. IWM getting some flow. That's why I wanted to take a look at this. A lot of consolidation today I see on this. So on a real short, time frame, we're consolidating. Let's look at an hourly. On an hourly, gosh, still for 2 days, some consolidation here. Not breaking out like the rest of the market, is it? No, still, look at all this consolidation going sideways. This is really something here that really looking for a break above 230. Ooh, this would be a good programming, guys. Why don't we try to do that? So at IWM, I'm really liking IWM because of the consolidation. Why? So my thought process is this: when you can see consolidation for 2 or more days, right? First of all, typically speaking, when you have consolidation, your ticker you're looking at is actually going to be like cheap options. Okay, so when there's consolidation, you're going to have cheaper options than if it was already pumping, right? And by the way, volatility affects the pricing of options as well. So if we were headed down as an example, and there was a big move down, that volatility rising would make options expensive. So what we want to actually think about is when stocks are just consolidating, this is actually a really nice trade to get into because the option value is cheap. And then what happens after consolidation? Well, you have one of two things. Well, actually, three. It can continue to consolidate, right? It could still have more room to run on consolidation. Number two, it could break out or it can break down, right? So, really, when we're starting to look at the market and we're looking and saying, oh boy, we've been consolidating for quite a while, especially for IWM. Look at this zone that it's been in for a really long time on a 4 hour. Let's take a look at a daily here. On a daily as well, you could see that. We came down, we broke above the 20, which is good. And usually after you break above that 20, what ends up happening? Consolidation until the next move. We look like we might go for a next move here. One of two things could happen. I'm thinking either we come up here and hit this resistance zone at 232 thereabouts, 233. That's still a pretty decent move. Or after consolidation, because you can see that momentum has been low. Now all of a sudden it's picking up. It really needs to break above that 100 line so that we could really see a quick move to the upside. I still like this though, at least to hit the 232 by maybe next week. If it continues to rise, you could see that, we came to resistance here and you can see this trend line, right? Trend line trading is so easy. It's as easy as support and resistance. It's one of those very easy to learn strategies. You could see us hit this trend line, hit this trend line, hit this trend line. Okay. So we keep hitting it. Are we going to break through? And you can see as we keep hitting it, price is actually subtly going higher and higher and higher. So with that consistency of it hitting, right, we're looking for a breakthrough. So you could actually even say at this point, hey, maybe I want to wait until it breaks through that this consolidation area. Let's see here. I would actually say, yeah, this looks nice. Let me see what this high is right here, 229.89. I would say 230. 230 for a little push above. I wouldn't mind going for a long call on this for next week. Let's take a look at our trade tab really quick. Um, let's give us about 4 days. If we go over to the 230 call, and we could easily just, if we want to do the entry and evaluate it next week as an example, you could just put on the long call right now. Or you could say, hey, look, I want to wait until it actually goes above 230. Why don't we do that right now? In fact, we'll just go ahead and program that in. And as you can see right here, it's too bad I can't show you that one. I think I'm going to just take this long call. I really would like it to get above 230. If I'm going to actually wait probably till the end of the day to take this, but for right now, I'll just take one and see how it does. If it breaks above 230 by the end of the day, I'm going to actually get some more contracts because that would really identify my thesis here, right? Um, I would want to really program this. Unfortunately, because of my tech issues, I'm unable to share how you would go about that. I could walk you through it though. What you want to do is right over here, there's a gear icon. And if you click that gear icon, you'll notice that you'll have an order form. Let me see if I can share this screen with you. I know I've done this before. Let's try to do that today. I really wanted to do this, but I noticed when I first started, it wasn't working for me. All right, so let's go over to, let's see here. Let's try this again. There we go. All right. So as you get over to the order form, what you want to do is you're just going to click where these shaded boxes are down below. And so as we click, you can see that it automatically just fills in by default. So I'm going to do IWM and I'm going to just do at the mark. And here I'm going to say, okay, I want this to enter me into this long call when I go greater or equal to, right? And then we said 230. So right here is where I'm going to enter the 230. And what that allows you to do then, right? So if I didn't want to enter my swings, right, when I'm really close to entering, but I'm not sure, and I've done my thesis, I've done my analysis, and I'm like, okay, here's where I want it to enter. This is such a nice feature that Thinkorswim has, and most platforms have some sort of automation. Now, I have to tell you, I learned automation a while ago because I really wanted to sleep in Southern California, and I did want to wake up early, believe it or not. And when I figured out how to automate my trades, it completely changed the way that I trade. I'm not, sitting in front of a screen all day. I can just do my analysis. And instead of putting on a whole bunch of alerts where all of a sudden you're like kind of desensitized from the alerts, you can actually then just do the analysis, program your trades, and let them just, work for you instead of you manually having to look at all of this. Plus, the fear and the greed's not there, right? You already have your analysis in and you can just get in and get out based on your original thought process instead of having everything change all of a sudden just because you see some red candles or some green candles. All right, guys. So once you create this order form, now you come up here and you say, okay, you always buy the ask. This is a simple way to remember this when you're automating your trades. You buy the ask and you sell the bid. So you buy the ask, sell the bid. You're just being an aggressive buyer or seller of options. In this case, we're buying a long call. So I'm saying, hey, I'm going to pay the ask, but I'm not going to give you any more. That's what the 00 says. If you see this and it's got, 10 cents, it's got $1, it's got something, what you want to do is just go in here and just put 00. I'm going to be an aggressive buyer at a limit, but I'm not going to be like a market order. I'm not going to pay extra for this, and I'm not going to give them a little bit more. So just a limit, 00 by the ask. And then this is saying, hey, when this gets to 230 or above, go ahead and get me in that call. And that's it. And then you just save it. Now, when I save it, this is going to go back to that screen. So I'm going to have to go right back here and get over to my share screen. I wonder if I hit, nope, I don't think that works either. All right. So now that we're back, and basically when you program your sell orders, it's exactly the same, right? But you're using a sell order, using the conditional order form like we did, and then you're also using the sell the bid, 00. And when you do that, you can then just basically look at a chart, identify where your entry is, and then you could go ahead and make your decision of when you want to get out as well, right? So knowing that we have some resistance right here at, let's say, 232, that would be a nice little pump for the next 4 days, right? So you could definitely put in your sell order at 232. So keep that in mind for IWM. What else do we have on? I was wanting to look at Amazon. Had some flow, of course. Everything's got flow right now because, the market's pumping. But Amazon actually is coming up into earnings here on February 6th. So this looks interesting to me. Looking really nice on Amazon, coming again up to resistance. This is what happens. And it seems like on Fridays, we've had really nice pumps on Fridays because every time I want to come and do some some trade ideas, right? We're at resistance. So keep that in mind when you're looking at the market and you think that, oh, fear of missing out, right? Think about, hey, look, whenever we get to a resistance zone, we're going to either have consolidation or we're going to have a pullback to the mean. So just if you can anticipate it, if you recognize that that's the ebb and flow of the market, it will keep you out of FOMO. And what you could do then is you can then say to yourself, okay, if Amazon still has room to run, then I wanted to get above this consolidation band up here at 241. That's still a couple dollars, right? And if it doesn't, what is it going to do? Well, it's got a couple dollars, it's going to hit resistance, and then it's going to come right back down. Why? Because it's the ebb and flow of the market. That's what it does. Nothing just goes straight up in a straight line. If it was that easy, nobody would have to do any analysis at all, right? So let's take a look at Twitter as well. Twitter had a lot of flow in here, and interesting. So we had our earnings yesterday for Twitter, or excuse me, for X. Oops. But you can see on a 4 hour, I really like the look of a momentum breaking above the zero line. We broke above the 20, 36.45. Very nice on a 4 hour. So this actually looks really good. Let's take a look at the hourly. On the hourly, it looks like we hit some resistance right here at 37.51, and we're just pulling back. It really needs to stay above 36.95 to continue this bullishness. I could see us kind of just consolidating, because look at this 1 hour candle, guys, huge. I could see us consolidating, possibly doing a reversion back to the mean trade, either by 36.94 or 36.79, thereabouts. If we can hold above that level, then we can continue to go. But whenever we have a big move like this, what else? I talked about trend lines, guys. This is an hourly chart. If I made a trend line like this on these candles, you could just actually create, right? Either an alert or an automated order and say, hey, when it's, ebbing right now. So if it's coming down right now, do I really want to get into this trade? No, I want to get in at an opportune time. And either that's down here at the 20, which is beautiful support, or if it breaks above this trend line, then I know that the wave of energy that's been like resting is now percolating and ready to go back for its next move. That's how you can actually look at momentum and just think about the energy of what the stock market is doing. And that's kind of, the reason why, like, we often say that in the morning, the first 90 minutes is the best time to trade, right? Because there's a lot of momentum and volatility in the morning. That's where most of the activity happens. And then when the last hour of the day, typically, the last hour of the day has a lot of momentum too at times. And so this is where you really want to, okay, that's when I want to put on my swing trade. But if you're busy, that's why automation is so cool, because you could take a look at this and say, hey, look, if I end up breaking above this last candle on an hourly, which I could take a look right over here as I hover on top of that candle and see that the high was at 37.36. Could I automate a trade and say, hey, I want to get into X when we actually break above that 37.36 level? That would mean that we would break above this one candle's high. And where is that trend line? It's right on top of that candle. So I think that would be a nice automated move as well for X. I keep wanting to say Twitter. Then where are we going to? Well, on an hourly, this looks great to come up and revisit 37.83. You could see on this first hourly candle, it tried to come up and try to hit the last pivot high. And if we do that, right, if we end up doing that, that's going to be a double top. So that's where you want to actually take your exit, is as you're approaching resistance. As it's going up is when you actually want to take your contracts off. And you can, just see where that's at and just get out right before. You can automate your trade doing that as well. Let's take a look at another name. By the way, the flow coming in to X is 40 call. So as we look at price at 37.19, you could see that the institutional flow coming in is for a basically a move, right, to the 40 level. And we could definitely see that happening for next week, by the way. The move for this week, by the way, for Tesla, and look how it's been consolidating and it's just now breaking out. Now we have a pullback. An hourly is great for short-term swing. So I like this. I would like to automate this trade as well, breaking above this last hourly candle. Let's take a look at AVGO. Broadcom. Okay, so for Broadcom here, again, consolidation rising up a little bit above the 20. This looks really nice. Just broke out of this consolidation band today and may end up, this actually looks nice for Broadcom. Wow, what a nice move today. And again, let's take a look at this. Okay, so right at, so this is a little fake out zone because we're right there at the 20. Ooh, but I like this play because we're just now breaching above that zero line on momentum. So all week, by the way, if you look at a 4-hour, all week, red momentum, even though, right, the energy is building and it's rising. It's red, but it's rising. So it means that the energy, the momentum is still weak, but it's breaking through. It's cycling into a positive, right? Positive momentum. And so if this actually is not a fake out, I do like another 4-hour candle in this case to give me confirmation. And what that means is you can actually remove about 60 to 70% of your fake outs, get in and get stopped out, get in and get stopped out by doing this when you're looking at support and resistance, regardless of what type of support and resistance you're looking at. And it doesn't matter what time frame you're looking at either, by the way. Could be a day trade or a swing trade. But when you actually get a confirming candle based on the chart that you're using for your analysis, if you could get a confirming candle above, if you're going long, or below, if you're going short, that resistance area, it gives you confirmation. So oftentimes you really need a lot of patience. And I say that wincing my my face because no one has patience, right? The nice thing is that you can identify that, by the way, if you want to develop patience by not sitting in front of the screen. Instead of being sad about it and putting on another alert that's just going to desensitize you as all these alerts are going off on your platform, you could actually look at this previous candle as an example on this 4-hour and say, what is the high of this candle? 226.60. Could I automate that? Could I say, hey, what did I say? 226.60. If I say, hey, I'm going to automate a trade for, let's say, 227, right above it. 227, right? Greater or equal to 227, and get into a long call on Broadcom? Absolutely. And then you don't have to have the patience. The platform will do it for you. If you're interested in learning more about automation, go to tradingmadesimple.org/autopilot to learn more about how you can use your own platform like Thinkorswim or IBKR to automate your trades, just using these types of techniques that I've been talking today. I'm really liking this, and I'm going to take a long call here for Friday as well. So we did IWM and Broadcom, liking both of these. Now, with Broadcom, you could see that it's $555. I think I'm going to go for a debit spread on Broadcom, make it a little cheaper, and then see how the rest of the day turns out. Also, this will be a good play as far as a debit spread if we end up consolidating a little bit before we go for the next breakout, right? So really liking this. And look, it's only, instead of $500, it's only $1. It's only $100 for one, right? So make sure that you use between 1 to 3% of your portfolio value, which is pretty much industry standard, about how many contracts do I buy? That's the easiest way that you could do it. And then it averages out all the different tickers. All right, guys, hope you have a great weekend, and we'll see you next week with IWM and Broadcom, and we'll check and see where we're at then. Oh, just got filled.